some reason I had that on loop. That was kind of awkward. Yeah. How's it going, gamers? It's your boy Pie Man. We're back with another stream. This time we're playing something completely different. I haven't done much as far as prep goes on Minecraft. It's just been a busy week. Plus, I learned that I can do something a little fun, so I figured we'd try this game out, Blueprints. It's a little weird to be playing something that's like, I don't know, algorithmically relevant while it's still relevant, but it's fine, whatever, you know? Let me pull up the gameplay real quick. Yay. Alright, so I got a little blue crown for my character here, so hopefully that isn't too distracting, but should be fun. The other fun thing we've got going on this stream is I have the ability now to take notes. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, hopefully this will kind of help keep things a little more organized than usual. I'm actually going to make that brush type a little thicker, so let's try this again. Notes. Amazing. I'm using a mouse here, so my handwriting isn't going to be like amazing or anything, but hopefully looks okay. But basically, this is the kind of game that, you know, supposedly you have to take notes about everything, so I plan to do that, you know? But anyways, let's jump into the actual meat and potatoes of the game. Pretty sure there's an opening cutscene, so I've got volume on, but in case there's like no real music, audio, whatever, down the road, I do have some Animal Crossing stuff queued up in case we need it, but hopefully the actual ambiance of the game will just kind of do its thing. So without further ado, let's start game. I guess we'll just load for like 5 years. It's all good. Any day. I thought this would go a little faster, my bad. But maybe we'll just jump right into it. Who knows? For some reason the game isn't updating. This is really awkward. You guys are just seeing the title screen. Oh god, wait.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Okay, so I was busy trying to figure out how to get this thing to display, so we might want to restart just so we get the full intro cutscene. So I might hit new game immediately here, but that's okay. Just skip ahead if you know it, okay? I don't know any of this, and I wasn't paying super close attention, so save and quit. Sure, we'll call it a day. How far do we get on day 1? No progress. Good. Save and quit. I assume it's just gonna quit out of the game, which means I don't want to show that. Oh, okay, no. Okay, so you can see the difference between my gameplay capture and my display capture if I like switch between them. For some reason, my gameplay capture is just frozen, and then my display capture shows everything that's happening. So we'll just play with display capture for now. Very, very strange. We're gonna do a new game though, because we missed basically everything that just happened. So very awkward. I'm glad we got that figured out though. Oh, there's like a little pie man in the corner too. That's a little weird. While this is happening, maybe we'll take some notes.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Okay, so a few things here that we've kind of got from the intro here. So this is presumably me, Mom, G-Paw, I guess we'll call him, Grandpa, Herbert S. Sinclair, Gifts, I think Manor, to Simon P. Jones, and so far nothing has really been said about Mary Matthews, but we'll see how that goes. But anyways, so far these are kind of all of the notes we've got. We'll kind of get into the actual gameplay here, but hopefully this kind of gives us like a little starting point for when we're trying to start more stuff here. So I know that kind of the way that this whole game works is we kind of have to take notes about everything. So I'm going to kind of be annoying about this, I think, but we'll start out just by taking a quick peek. So only open in the event of my death, which means that he is dead, which we kind of assumed, but we'll see. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did probably me in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print that I feel I should bring to your attention. Okay, so these are things I should take notes about as well, I assume. So let's get some notes here. So no tools or items may be brought onto the estate from outside. So no, or we'll just write down first rules. No outside tools. Okay. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. So items in estate cannot leave and you may not stay overnight. Overnight. Okay. So we've got our kind of three basic rules here. So we're not allowed to bring tools in from the outside. So no, like, I don't know, power saws or nothing crazy. Anything we find in the estate, we can't take outside of it, which is, fine, whatever. And we can't stay overnight, which I assume just means that, we're being forced off, right? And we might learn why these rules are important later on in the letter, but let's keep reading. I don't suspect any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. Okay, so don't rely on the successes of the previous day, which is probably why, I don't know. I guess I guess I'm confused about why we're not reliant on the success of the previous day with these rules. Because we're not allowed to bring stuff from outside. Okay, that makes sense. And then we can't take stuff off the estate. That makes sense. Maybe it's like the tools reset every day. That makes sense to me, as like not relying and starting fresh. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you will find today will be the same rooms as you find tomorrow. Okay. This is why the overnight rule makes sense. Because if we were to stay overnight or whatever, then we'd be kind of shifting through the estate as it, like, changes. The grounds have provided me a home for the last half century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. Okay. So, let's write down a separate note here. Note. Rooms equal RNG. Which, I mean, we could kind of assume that based on, like, the stuff from the Steam homepage, store, like the store page. But, okay. So, we've got kind of a starting point. Let's see if there's any other... Okay. That is all of the stuff that we need from this guy. Here is a blueprint sheet. Blueprint. Haha, hilarious. The Mount Holly blueprint. Maybe I'll write down real quick. Setting. Equals Mount Holly. I'm not sure how this is going to play into things, but maybe there's some sort of like hint with the name here. So it might be good to write that down. Access it by pressing tab. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this is where we get kind of a view of all of the rooms. We're going to go back here real quick, and I think I'm actually going to just... Ooh, hey, what's up? Is there a way I can... Hang on. Let me see if I can try and make this smaller then. This is going to be really awkward, but basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to trace over this guy. You know what? This is going to be really awkward, but I guess here you go. Here's my stream layout. You guys get to see it as I'm working on just... We're going to create like a little grid, same as the one we have here. Okay. This looks to be a 9x5 grid, which means 45 rooms. I am going to redo this top piece a little bit. Okay, sure, that's fine. So let's just go in and I guess we can do this. Basically, my goal here is to see if we can get anything out of these rooms. I think first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to start by numbering these rooms. So we'll have kind of a number system for these. So when I'm like, okay, I'm in room like 3, I'll know immediately like which room that is. Because my guess is even if the rooms change, the layout here won't change, and that might be important. And so I want to be able to describe the room number, but not necessarily like what the room is. It's possible that like this bottom middle room and this top middle room never change because they're here from the outset. But I don't know that right now because it's not been a second day. And it's possible we show up from another part of the house, having to go to another part of the house. So I just want to make sure that we're as accurate as I can be. So anyways, I'm going to move this guy out of the way now. One of the downsides of having a display capture is, you just have like these really awkward moments. Because otherwise, we'd be stuck here. And, as fun as this is, not really that fun. So, anyways, now that we've got this, we're just going to write in all of these a number. So this is 1, 2, I think we need a different color here. Maybe like red. 1, 2, 3. How does this look? Let me just see on stream. That looks okay. Okay, 4 here, 5 here, 5 here, 6. Maybe okay. I'm gonna get a slightly smaller brush. 1, 2, 3, 4. This isn't gonna look as good, I don't think, but yeah, it doesn't, but it's about as good as we can do, unfortunately, with the size that we are stuck with here. So let's name the rooms like this. So we start in room 3 here, and whatever this room is up here, it looks like 43 is kind of like our end goal. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And so one of the things I'm planning on doing is kind of for this first day, we'll be taking notes on both the room, so like the room number that we're writing down here. So like the entrance hall, any notes I take about it here on day 1, we'll write down for room 3-entrance hall, and then room 4- whatever that room is, and we'll write down notes like that. And if we have similar looking notes for the next days, we might be able to start splitting those notes up between, okay, this is the room identity and this is like the number identity. I think is how we should do this. So this is 26, 27, 28. Oh my gosh, let's redraw that. 29, 30. Again, apologies for my handwriting. I am using a mouse here, so it is a little awkward trying to make this look okay, but 33, 34. As long as I can read it, that's kind of the important part here. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Okay, so as we were kind of led to believe earlier in this whole thing, sort of the goal here is, let me right here, 46. What's up with that room? There is no room 46. So we need to locate the room. And my assumption is, because the layout of this building is going to be really complex, we're going to have to get to the room, which might be a challenge on its own. Because, if we build up this house or whatever, and room 46 gets into an inaccessible spot, that might be a challenge. I don't know exactly where it shows up, so that's something we have to kind of figure out. It looks like this. So, just from the outset, I think this room, room 43, and room 3 might be sort of special rooms. Potentially. I don't know that yet. It looks like this might be like the antechamber that always is here, and then this is the entrance hall down here that's always there. And so if that's the case, then we can maybe sort of work out some of the stuff based on these two sort of room locations. But yeah, we're going to have to kind of figure out what sort of notes this will get us. I have a feeling that this grid will be helpful for me. And then some of these notes over here will be helpful for me. So this is everything I've written down so far. Nothing too crazy yet, but we'll get there eventually. I have a feeling this is going to get to be a lot of note taking. And we haven't even left the entrance hall, which is, amazing. I think when we're looking at like puzzle games, I think we need to sort of look at a handful of things. Why are my notes not going away? That's kind of annoying. Okay, sorry. So there's a handful of things we kind of need to keep in mind when like looking at like escape rooms and stuff. So first is like cards like this are going to be important. So like handwritten notes or typed notes. Maybe I'll keep a note of like whether stuff is handwritten or not. Items we find in the room will probably be important. Items on shelves will probably be something we want to keep a note of. Time is usually sort of a hint to something. So this is something we'll want to look at. It's possible that there's like hidden mechanics on statues or light fixtures, so we're just gonna check to see if my cursor lights up, because you'll notice my cursor changes when I'm able to interact with something. So my assumption is if I can interact with it, my cursor will light up and we'll be all good to go. I'll take a note of these paintings as well. Things that aren't important or probably aren't important, probably don't need to make a note of the fact that this chair has like, two little wooden things on the top and 3 on the bottom. That's probably not important, because there's like 2 chairs over here that are identical, that are completely different, and if we're literally trying to take note of every single thing we see, we're just going to go crazy. So we're going to take note of a lot of things in this room, but we'll be a little conservative about it. Okay, so where do we want to start? Probably this handwritten note here. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 step. When you no longer have any steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. Okay, so we have a forced quit mechanic. So let's write this down. So, force quit run out of steps, which if we look back at kind of our oh, you can't see my notes. Awesome. So basically, force quit mechanic is if we run out of steps, we end day. And if we look back at our last thing that we kind of wrote down here, in our search for room 46, we need to actually get to the room. And so the challenge here in getting to the room, I imagine, is going to be actually having enough steps to make it through. So as we're building out kind of this like weird labyrinthian like path all the way to the antechamber, as I assume where we want to go, we might have, room 46 down here, and we might need to make it down this way, backtrack, or there might be backtracking regardless. But anyways, that's kind of, I think, the intent of this mechanic, is to sort of make everything a little weird. So we'll do like a little step symbol, why not? So now we know, okay, we have to keep in mind the number of steps we have, and I assume that number of steps is going to change as we explore through the mansion, or the estate, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so let's take note of some kind of key things here. So looks like in the bin here, so bin, or we'll say entrance. Hall. And then entrance hall is room 3. And we'll denote the room number in red, because that's how we have it written down elsewhere. So we'll say in the entrance hall, we have the bin with a cane and looks like an umbrella. Okay, so that's on the bin. It looks like on the sort of desk here, I don't know that the lamps are super important. Maybe the candle lamp is important, but I think the 3 birds are probably the most important thing on this. So I'm going to take note of the birds for sure. Desk. We'll say birds. We'll say 3 birds. And we'll kind of draw their relative location too. Why not? So we've got one that's a little smaller, that's like down here, and it's got a red belly. It's standing on sort of a white pedestal. Then we've got one that's kind of standing a little bit taller on sort of this log thing. And it's like looking over this way. It looks like it's got a white belly. And then over here we've got one that's sitting on like some books, we'll say. Blue book and then yellow book. And then it's like log here. And then we've got a little bit of this action. Okay, that's the relative sort of look of the birds on the actual desk. And so we will say that is our rough understanding of how the birds look. And if we need any more specific notation for these birds, we can come back to it later. But for now, I kind of want to leave it there. And I will also include a candle lamp. It's a little scuffed, but I can tell what I'm writing. Okay, cool. So that is kind of this section of the entrance. It looks like the outside is open. Maybe that's something to note as well. Outside equals open. Maybe force quit. So this is something we'll need to test at some point, is going outside maybe. My guess right now is that it's just going to force me to end the day. And since I want to learn as much as I can on day 1, I'm just going to keep going, but that is something to explore for later, I imagine. I still have my notes up, but it's okay. We'll just keep going for now. Okay, so next thing to look at is the clock. It doesn't... Oh, actually, it does look like it's changing time. Is it changing time with my game? It might be. Okay. That's something to keep note of. It does look like it's slowly moving. Actually, it's moving a lot faster than I thought it would. Like, if I keep an eye on it, it's actually moving pretty darn fast here. Like, it's going from 4, and now it's going to hit 5 here in a second. Yeah, so now it's hit 5 right about now. So, okay. The time here probably isn't important if it's going to change. My guess initially was if the clock is frozen, equals hint. So if it was frozen, the time could be like the answer to like a padlock or, you know, some sort of key code or pin code or something. But unfortunately, it is not frozen. Or we'll draw this a little better. It is not frozen. So what that means, it is not a hint. So the clock is probably useless, is my guess. So kind of a useless thing. We'll just say, we'll underline it in red just so that we know. Probably not good. Next thing that we want to take note of, and I think the last thing in this room, I mean, the flowers are quite nice here, but I don't think these actually mean anything. I guess we can take note of the color of the flowers. It's only 3 flowers. Yellow, purple, white. Okay, so we've got the flower colors, why not? Okay, and last thing we want to take note of in this room are these, it looks like playing card paintings. So we'll just say paintings. So we've got a hand. It might be important what kind of hand it is as well. It looks like a right hand holding an ace. So right hand. Maybe we'll just actually write it out. Right hand holding. It looks like an ace of... It looks like a spade. We'll just draw the actual card here. Ace. Okay, so that is one, and then the other one looks like a queen of diamonds. And it looks like a left hand. Left hand holding queen. And we'll just add like a diamond here. That's a lot easier than actually having to spell it out. Okay, so we got kind of the paintings as well. Let me get my notes off screen. For some reason, they've been wanting to stick around. I guess if you want to see all my notes real quick, we got a handful. Not too bad. So, kind of entrance hall, which is room 3. We've got a bin that has a cane and an umbrella in it. We've got 3 birds and a candle lamp on a desk. The outside is open. Probably force quits us. It looks like the clock is useless because it's not frozen, so it's not a hint. I still want to keep note of the clock because maybe time is important and time passing might be important. But for now, we know it's not like a code or anything. The flowers are yellow, purple, and white, which, maybe a color sequence is important, so I want to take note of it. And then the paintings, we've got a right hand holding an ace and a left hand holding a queen. And the ace is of spades and the queen is of diamonds. Yeah, I don't really know what the significance of the ace and the queen are. They're not number cards, which does make it a little challenging, right? Because if they were number cards, maybe you could argue that like those would be used for like some sort of number combo, but that's okay. We can work with this, I think. Let me get my notes off a screen real quick, and we'll finally leave this place. So we want to figure out how to get probably to the antechamber is I assume what like our first goal would be, because we don't have any notes about the antechamber and it's the only room that we really can see from here. We start the day with 50 steps. I don't think that's super significant. I think it's just like a mechanic, so I'm not going to take note of that yet. We can interact with these doors, so we're going to do so. Okay, we get an option of 3 here. So we get a bedroom, a closet, and a hallway. I don't know what any of these really are. 2 items. Items sound like they're pretty useful, so I'll probably grab these, see what they are, and we'll take note of what's in this closet as well. This is going to get a little claustrophobic for a minute while I take some notes. So we are in room 4, according to my notes here. Let's turn my notes back on. Everybody's favorite. Welcome back, notes. So we are in the closet. So closet is room 4. Okay. So we get 2 items from this room. These might be RNG. Along with everything else in this game, my assumption here is we're not really going to be able to know what items the closet holds because it just specifies items and it doesn't specify what those items are. Anything non-specific, we're just going to straight up assume is RNG until we are proven otherwise. It looks like we have 2 keys. We have a little key counter as well. Silver key, okay. I'll take note of it in the closet section here, although I think the silver key is probably a little bit more specific. So we'll say key equals item 1 and silver key equals item 2. I did notice there are more paintings. Or there's 2 paintings in here. So it looks like, oh god, what the hell is that called? Like a pin? There's like a fir tree. I don't know. We'll take note of the paintings though. We'll come back to it. We'll say paintings. I might draw the actual first one here. So we've got sort of this dude. I'm pretty sure this is like a pin or something. but not 100% sure. And then we've got a tree. Now I'm using a green screen here, so it's a little hard to draw it in green. So we'll say like a fir tree. It's just like big tree. Big tree. These paintings might change, but I don't know that they do. So I want to keep note of it. Other things of note in here. We have that umbrella again. So maybe we'll take note of the fact that there's also an umbrella in this room. Might just be like a through line here. But I think beyond that, can't really interact with anything else in this room? Question mark. Okay. I think that's good, so let me take my notes off screen, and we'll just keep jumping. This is a dead end, so we do have to make our way back out, and our step count has gone down 2, which means walking through doorways is actually going to be what causes us to lose steps. Looking at the room plan layout thing, we want more open room plans to be kind of like straightforward, so we get as much possibility of moving forward as possible. So this one, we probably don't want to dead end this guy if possible. Let's see here. What do we got? We've got a nook, we've got a parlor, and we have a chapel. We don't have any money, so the chapel might not be a terrible play. I think I'm gonna go with the chapel because I have. Well, yeah, I think we go chapel here. I'll get to the chapel in a second, but since I know that my steps are limited and I don't want to backtrack as much as possible, we're just gonna see what goes on over here. Corridor, hallway, and spare room. So corridor is always left unlocked. I don't know what that means, but that sounds... If stuff is left locked, left locked, that means I'll probably need to use one of these keys that I'm finding, which means it would probably be good to have that later on so I don't dead end myself super late into a run if some of these doors can be locked. So, in the interest of not running out of stuff, let's just go with the spare room for now. Spare room is pretty barren. There's not any paintings here, but we'll take note of it anyway. So in the spare room, what do we have? Let's turn on our notes. So spare room is room number 2. We are in room 2, and chapel is room 8. So spare room 2. So we have spare room. Not much to see. We have a tape gun. And a ladder. And the room is gray. Okay. So we've got kind of some of the preliminary things that we want here as we are kind of running through the rooms. So I think with that we're probably okay to go to the next room. Okay. Storeroom, bedroom, pantry. I'm okay doing a dead end here on this side. So we'll do storeroom here. Storeroom has +1 key, +1, looks like a ruby of some kind, and then 1 gold. So let's go into notes, and we will say storeroom. Which is room number 1. We get +1 key, +1 gem, stone. Probably just call it gem from now on, because writing out stone every time would suck. And then +1 money / gold. I don't know exactly what I want to call them yet, but whatever. We got like a money and gold, which does confirm my suspicion that the items in the closet are going to be random, because it doesn't specify it, where this does specify it. So, okay, cool. Now my only way forward is through the chapel, which isn't the worst thing in the world. If I loop it around, I might be able to just avoid this penalty. It does suck that I'm getting a gold and losing it here, but it's what we paid for, so it is what it is. It also looks like there are some paintings further in here, so we'll take note what we have here. Is it like flan? Looks like a flan here. And then I'm not sure what to make of this. That's a weird painting, for sure. Okay, well, here's our gold. There's a key and a gem as well in here, so we'll take those. Okay, well, in the storeroom, the mighty storeroom, I've been walking around with notes. I feel like they should just like close out immediately, but they don't, so I apologize if I leave them up. So we have paintings. Maybe, or maybe pudding. Pudding. Not really sure what to make of this one. Maybe it's like a curtain? It looks kind of fabric-y, right? Let me move my notes out of the way so I can kind of get like a clearish view of it on stream. Boom. Like this is a really weird painting, I think. I think the paintings are significant because we've seen it in most of the rooms at this point. And as a result, I do want to make sure I kind of know what the hell this is. Like it could be like a topographical sort of thing here. I think I'm just going to call it like a curtain / fabric for now. And we'll sort of move from there. So like curtain / fabric. It's a very weird and abstract sort of painting. I guess I should just like flash on screen real quick. Did take note of it. And I guess we'll move over real quick because up next is yet another room that we want to make sure to take note of. We have the chapel, which is room number 8. So get ready for that when we get there. So we're going to lose this dollar that we grabbed here. Kind of sucks, but could be worse, I suppose. We're down to 44 steps, and we've only really explored like the back rank here of the sort of world. So haven't gotten super deep into anything. Hopefully we can restore steps but we'll see. Let's see if there's anything that's like kind of hidden along the side of the room. Looks like there's a gem up here, which is nice. Don't know what gems are used for yet, but I imagine it's not a good thing, or it's not a bad thing to sort of try and take note of it. Okay. If I have to count the number of candles on these sort of desks, I am going to lose my shit, because that is a lot of candles to keep track of. Is there anything to interact with in the room? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Looks like there are different statues, actually. And also different murals. So maybe I need to take note of both of them. Oh boy. This feels like I'm gonna have to take note of a lot of things. That looks like 6, 4, 1, 7, 5, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I guess. Oh, okay, wait, okay, hang on a second. There might be a 7-digit sequence or something that uses like pictograms of these characters, and I need to keep note of these 7, because the only other thing that I can think of is like maybe there's something to do with these statues here, but there's not really any sort of like clear numbering on them like there is for these guys. So okay, we're gonna write down for the chapel room. Okay. So we'll say 1. Looks like a farmer. 2. Looks like a baker. 3 also looks like a farmer. Okay, 1 is like farmer with wings. 2 equals baker. 3 equals farmer with pitchfork. Okay. So we've got those. 5 looks like almost like a chimney sweep. Or 4, not 5. 4 chimney sweep. Uh, 5 looks like painter or cleaner. Painter / cleaner. Maybe. 6 looks like a jockey. Chicken jockey. Okay, so we got 6 equals jockey. With cat on shoulder. Okay. And then I don't think that has anything to do with anything. It just looks like Hawley, maybe in like reference to Mount Hawley. But last thing is 7. Kind of looks like a Valkyrie or some sort of royalty. So we'll say VII equals Valk / royal with shield. And the last thing I think I want for this room is sort of the orientation of these guys kind of looking into the room, right? So if we're drawing a room that looks like this, and we're saying this is where I am, so maybe we're going to say this is the entrance, me. So we're going to say 1 is here. It looks like 2 is here, 3 is here. Looks like 4 is here. 5 is here. 6 is here, and this is kind of where 7 sits, so VII. I don't know if this is actually going to be important to keep note of, but it's just something that I think I want to make sure I am keeping in the back of my mind, okay? Remember this. Maybe it'll be important one day. Okay, let's turn notes off again. So, let's see. Where do we want to go now? We can't go straight forward, so we need sort of like a hook. If we need a hook from the entrance, we need to go left on the... I think this is room 9. And if we're going to room 7, we need a hook that goes right. So, let's see. This is going into room 9, so... Okay. For room 9, we need a hook that goes... I guess we can open the blueprint map and see, huh? So we can see that the den is going to dead end in one of these spots. The hallway is also going to dead end in one of these spots. And the corridor does not dead end. I don't really like any of these options because these two are going to dead end. But I think with this in mind, corridor is probably the way to go. Also interesting to note, there's no paintings from what it looks like in the chapel. So just something to keep in mind as we progress. But here we go into the corridor, which is room 9. Let's get our notes out once again. Oh man. Okay, so there is our chapel. We're going to say corridor. Is room 9. So, the thing with corridor is always unlocked. Which I imagine very nice. Let's see if there's anything else in here that we care about while we are exploring. Right now, the only thing of note that I'm seeing are these paintings. Wait a second. We have a bat. We have a bath. Those are very close in how you say them. Okay, interesting. Paintings. Bat. Bath. Literally, it's like... Oh, hang on, you can't see my notes. Literally, these are like a letter different. This H is the only thing that's different about them. We'll keep that in mind. If we see anything else that's like a letter off, maybe we need to start building like some sort of code with these. I'm not 100% on that though. Let's just turn my notes off. All right. Okay. Is there anything else I need in this room? If I don't have to backtrack, it would be nice if I could just get all the things in the room. I don't have any money, which... kind of an issue. Probably an issue, but we'll see. Okay. Next room in this side of the hall. Den is an interesting one because now it doesn't dead end, and we get access to sort of the last first rank area. Parlor is an interesting one, but it dead ends. Lavatory just straight up dead ends. I think I like Den here for the possibility of going up, and I get an extra gem. So this is room number 10, the Den. Okay, this one also has a clock, so I feel like the passing of time is important. Okay, hang on a second. Wait a fucking second here. Okay. Okay, hang on. So we are in the Den. The Den. This is room number 10. Very funny that, you know, Den 10. Shut up. It's fine. It's funny. Okay, so with this we get 1 free gem. Wow. Amazing. But the thing that I was most interested in here, other than the fact that there is a giant clock, so time passing equals significant. You know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to spell there. It's very horribly spelt, but anyways, the other thing, and then I think is the most important, is the paintings here, okay? The paintings. You know how I've been keeping track of all these paintings. We have painting car, and we have painting cart. Notice again how it's off by 1 letter. How fascinating. I don't know what this means yet, but I have a feeling that some of these other paintings I've just like misidentified, and like I don't know what the curtain fabric is or the flan pudding is, but if I can identify it, I bet these are also like pretty similar in how they are, right? I don't know what the ace and the queen are, but again, I think I'm onto something here with this being 1 letter away thing. It happening twice, it feels like it's not a coincidence. So we'll just keep it in the back of our mind here as we keep writing out notes. But I'm gonna definitely keep taking note of the paintings because that has been panning out very beautifully. There's actually a second clock here, which is interesting. The trunk is locked. Ooh, okay. So there's a trunk in the Den as well. So maybe I'll take note of that. Den has a trunk. Trunk. Maybe I open the trunk, see what's in it. Why not? just to satiate the curiosity of not knowing. It's 3 keys. Spend a key to get 3. What a deal. I assume the loot in the trunk is actually just going to be randomly generated, but I'm going to write down that I get 3 items from it. So 3 items, which is actually better than the closet, interestingly enough. Okay, so looking at our sort of layout here, we can go north or we can go south. I think south is better for less backtracking, so let's open that first. If there's anything that ends, that might be nice. Locksmith does end. I kind of want to do that one. Keys for sale. I don't need to buy any keys because I have them. Also, I don't have any money, so I'm not going to waste my time going in there. Maybe there's items in there. I don't know. I'm not going to do it, but just know we have that now. And if I need more keys, I guess we can go back and get some. But I think the better play is to go north for now. So, looking at our list of rooms, Secret Passage looks like it takes us further north. It also costs a gem, so some rooms require different gem counts. Looks like greenhouse is a dead end. Pantry is not a dead end. I like the openness of both pantry and secret passage. I don't know what room color is yet, but I guess looking at the mini map, it looks like we've got mostly blue rooms. We've got a yellow room. Maybe that's like a commerce room. Brown rooms are like straight ahead passageways, and then red rooms. I lose $1 there, so maybe it's like bad rooms or something negative happens. Maybe, perhaps. Green room. I have no idea. We have a greenhouse, so maybe it's just greenery. Maybe it's literally that easy. Okay, secret passage. I'm starting to piece together. Maybe room color is important. We'll keep that in the back of our mind. Actually, you know what? We'll just write it down. We've got a whole freaking notes sheet here that we're keeping stocked up. So maybe we'll just write it like way up top here, like maybe in here. Room color. Important. I don't know. I don't know what the significance of room color is right now. If there's like specific room colors that we have to do in specific orders, that might be really annoying. No, because I haven't run into like a purple room or a white room. I was thinking maybe those flowers we saw in the entryway or the entrance hall might be significant, but so far I haven't really seen anything that like needs that. We are pretty low on money, so I think the pantry might be a good play here. Just so we have kind of a decent amount of money, keys, and gems, and it saves up our gems as well. I like pantry here. We'll go pantry. Okay. So pantry is what room? Room 15. So let's get our notes back out. So let's get to a clean spot here where we can just write out pantry. Pantry is room 15, and so +4 money. Amazing. We love money. The other thing of note is a note and an apple. Can't interact with the ladder here. We've got peas and or a pod. I'm trying to keep in mind like this idea of like maybe they're like a letter off, but I don't know because it looks like mountains and peas in a pod. And I don't know that those are like a letter off. So maybe my thinking is off here, or maybe I'm just not getting the word that they're trying to communicate with this. But we'll write down the paintings anyway. So paintings. We've got mountains. And we've got peas in a pod. Okay. So we got those. We'll take my $4 because we already noted that. We've got... Well, we'll read the note here first. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. Okay, this might be in reference to us. It might not be in reference to us. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be an ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay, so I don't know if this is like a code or anything, but we're going to say 5 apples plus 5 bananas plus 5 oranges. We're going to say that this all equals 50 steps. And since there's an apple here and it looks like I can consume it, let's just see how much this is. 2 steps. So, apple equals 2 steps. So it means that 5 apples is what, 10 steps or whatever. So 5 bananas plus 5 oranges is 40 steps somehow. I don't really know, but the point is we're just trying to figure out like all the stuff we can. I don't know if this whole like 5 bananas, 5 oranges, 5 apples, if this is going to like result in some sort of number code. I just want to kind of make sure that we're prepared for that possibility. Is there anything else we can interact with in here? Does not look like it, so we'll probably have to exit out this way. It's the only exit we've got. Okay. So we definitely don't want to take the guest bedroom here, because that's just dead end. The observatory, not my favorite here, just because it's a gem requirement. I don't really know what the star is, if that's really useful. It looks like every time you've drafted observatory, the language here makes it sound like observatory is useful on multiple days, so it's not necessarily useful on day 1, but maybe on day 10, if we've drafted observatory, it's useful. I don't know, but that's what I'm getting from that language. Nook, I get a key immediately, and maybe we get some paintings, it looks like, because it's kind of got some bare walls, so... Alright. I definitely get some paintings with guest bedroom, but yeah. Alright, we'll see what Nook does. We don't have to spend any gems for this. And it takes us forward a little bit more into the estate. So we've got a clock, and we've got a lock. Okay, no, I am definitely onto something with that. Hang on. Okay, there's our key. Can we read anything in the Nook? Does not appear to be the case. Is there any notes or anything on the... There is! Ooh! Okay, a journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool, as you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Hey, guys. No worries. I am just a little bit ahead of you guys on the whole make sure you have notes thing. Oh, man. Okay, well, it's good. Good thing we were doing notes, I suppose. I don't know how schizophrenic these notes come across, but Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. What room are we in anyway? Room 14. So let's start up a thing about the Nook while we're down here, because we've got the lock, we've got the clock. That's a letter off. I feel like we're onto something with that whole line of logic. Um, let's start this one up like here-ish, maybe. Something like this. So, this is the Nook, the Tom Nook, room 14, and then we're gonna say room 14 has +1 key. Told us, hint, take notes. LOLOLOL. So funny. Way ahead of you, game. Last thing of note, I think, in here is the paintings. Whatever, paintings, you know what I'm trying to talk about. We've got the clock. We've got the lock. And of course, that leaves us with this C that looks like it stands out. So I'm thinking, okay, the paintings look like they have, not all of them have had this yet, and maybe I'm just like not seeing the word, but it looks like 3 of these paintings have had 1-letter differences. So bat versus bath, car versus cart, and now we have clock versus lock. I swear to God, we're onto something here, but it's gonna take some time to figure out. The math ain't mathing 100%, but okay. Ka-chow. We're still on day 1, by the way. Barely into the manor. Ay ay ay. Let's turn off my notes real quick because I do notice that they are a little in the way. Okay, so we need to go, well, the only place we can go is straight north. Even if this is locked, that's not a huge deal, because we do have some ways to deal with that. So lavatory just ends our run. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. We have to go back to the chapel, which sucks. I kind of want to avoid the chapel if I can. The hallway is not a bad option here. Hallway does mean some backtracking, but it also opens us up quite a bit if need be. Kitchen keeps things linear. We get food. We do know that food gives us steps because that apple gave us 2 extra steps. I like the hallway here, I think, because it opens things up more. Yeah, I think we'll just go hallway. Saves our gems. Not a bad pick. Let's see here. What do we got? Brush. This looks like another fir tree. Jesus. Maybe this is a different kind of tree. Or a match. Or fire and fur? Maybe? Oh, okay. Wait, okay, no, wait. That actually works. What the fuck? Okay, hang on. This is, what is this? Room number... Oh, good lord. So 16, 17, 18, 19. This is room 19 hallway. So, hallway... Oh, jeez. Change color. Hallway is room 19. So, paintings again. I think we're just gonna... I'm gonna stop calling out the whole thing of paintings. We're just gonna say fire and fur. And I'm going to highlight this E again because it's the odd letter out here. I think this is significant. I think that's significant. I might have to retroactively go back and try and figure out what those other paintings really were, if they really are a letter off. But okay, cool. Got that figured out. Whoop-de-doo. I don't. Oh, hang on. Let's see if there's anything else in the room before we really dissect that note. There doesn't appear to be much in here. Maybe hallways are a little more barren. Hey, let's turn the notes off. Notes. Don't need you. Because as you can kind of see, like the corridor was definitely more barren. The spare room was more barren. These like hallway type rooms might be a little bit harder to get stuff out of. Maybe. Who knows? That's what I'm thinking though. That's what I am thinking. So what do we want to do? First, let's take a quick peek at this note. So doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. I'm going to take note of two things about this note because I feel like they are significant because they weren't the same black notes as the other notes before. I'm going to write this in red, and I'm actually going to type this out because this was typed out. Doors in the... Oh, hang on. You can't see what I'm typing. Good job. Good job, me. Doors in the... Sorry. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. Okay. And let's see if we can... Okay. So this is kind of how I'm going to represent this kind of note. It's typed and it's red. I think that's significant. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just being annoying, but this is how I want to play the game, okay? Leave me alone. So we've got left and right. We'll have to choose one of these two paths. It's not a huge deal if we if going this way, if we run into a dead end, it's not as big a deal. So if we get lavatory, that might be good, because I think it actually takes it out of the room draft pool, from what it looks like. Bedroom's a dead end. Parlor is not a dead end. Drafting room, dead ends in one direction. I like parlor here just because it is like a place where it keeps going. Oh, hey, my notes are still on screen. Well, I guess we'll just move over because we are now into the parlor. So this is parlor. And it looked like it had puzzle. So this is like a designated puzzle room. I'm blue dabba dee dabba die. How's it going, Levi? I'm taking notes like a crazy person, so don't mind me. I guess let me just zoom out real quick. We've taken a couple of notes for this game, just as we've been playing. Just a couple, nothing too crazy yet. I haven't even really gotten that far into day one. Like, if we take a look at my tab list, this is as far as I've gotten. So my guess is we're gonna probably have a lot more to write about. It's been a bit. How have you been? I've been doing pretty good. Been doing a lot of Minecraft streams recently, but I didn't have much prepped for today, so I just decided this would probably be a good way to pass the time. I don't know. Also, these paintings, sand and... Okay, come on, like... What is room... this is room 20. Okay, hang on. So, let's zoom in real quick to my notes for Parlor so that I can actually start taking some good notes. So, Parlor is room 20. I heard a lot about this game. I've never looked into it, so I don't know what it really is. I know it's a puzzle game, and I know you have to take notes like a crazy person in order to figure out what the heck's going on. So that's what my plan is. We're just taking notes on everything. The paintings, I'm just going to write sand and we'll just write a plus because the word is actually just and. So the letter out here is sand, the S in sand. So one of the things I've picked up on is in most every room there are these paintings. There's two paintings, and they appear to be about one letter off on all of these puzzles. And so I've just been taking note of these puzzles. So if we go into our notes, Parlor, we seem to have sand versus ant, so the letter that's off is S. Hallway 19, fire and fur, the letter off is E. In the Nook, we had clock and lock as our two paintings, so the letter off is C. And so I'm just going through and figuring out what exactly the one letter off is. There are some paintings that I just haven't figured out yet, but we've got like an ace and a queen, a right hand and a left hand. It's a spade and a diamond. I don't know what exactly is like one letter off about those, but we'll come back to it. We'll figure it out. Let's see. So let's get back into the actual puzzle side of things. It looks like there is a note to read here. Let me get my notes off screen while I read this. Puzzles, it's an anti-Levi game then. I mean, look, I feel like I'm probably going way too cerebral with this, but I think it's a fun, different perspective, so hopefully it's not too crazy. Dear Herbert, it was an honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been in the decent society, or since we had been in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charms. I have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You would press me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with your guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Laurie. I'm sure it's fun. I'm just a dum-dum. Fair. And it looks like this letter is dated May the 2nd. I'm just going to take note of a couple of things here. So the sender of this letter from M. Laurie to, and this is our grandpa. What is it, the initials we ended up using for him? HSS. Okay, so the letter is then to Herbert SS. Okay. We'll just call it that. And then date May the 2nd. Okay, and let's look at the rules of the game. So if a game has puzzles that are above the level of a literal monkey can solve this problem, it's probably too much for me. Fair. I'm taking notes like a crazy person. I don't know how much of this is actually going to be useful. I did turn my notes off, so you can't really see where I'm going with all of this. I just look like a crazy person talking. Okay, so the game. So we got 3 boxes. One always true. One is always false. False. One has a prize, the other don't. So only one prize. My guess is that this puzzle, RNG. If we get the exact same puzzle every single time, then I'll erase that, I guess. But like my guess is this is actually just an RNG puzzle. So it could be in any of these 3 boxes at any point. And Looks like we got like a little crank thing to insert into the box. Let's read the actual logic puzzle here. Let me get the green screen off of the screen. Okay, so let's read through the logic puzzle. We'll see if this is actually good. All 3 boxes contain gems. So this is a false one. One of these has to be true. The other one can be either. The other 2 boxes contain gems. This is also false, so this one has to be true. This box contains gems. So there's a little easy, deductive reasoning here. Wind-up key component of the parlor game makes sense. Ka-chow. I wonder if it always contains gems or if it contains more than just gems. But we got a couple of gems out of it, which is pretty nice. Take a look around, see if there's anything else here. While we're at it, doesn't appear to be the case. So let me just write down real quick. Gem prize, question mark. And then I'll write 2. Just because that's the number of gems I ended up getting out of this. Okay, so now we have our parlor room kind of explored. The only way forward here is just straight up. This takes us to room 2125. Room 25. So let's see what lies in room 25. So we can do a bedroom. Whenever you enter this room, gain 2 steps. Not bad considering I might be backtracking if I do end up, blocking myself off. Guest bedroom is just a straight up dead end. I don't like that here because I do have to backtrack into the hallway, and the hallway might lead to a dead end. I like leaving myself a little bit of leeway. The drawing room is not a bad option either, though. I don't mind that. I'm stuck between the bedroom and the drawing room personally. Because we have the gems now to do a drawing room, I guess. Yeah, I think we'll do a drawing room. Okay, so holy cow, there are so many images. Am I supposed to find the 2 images that are like different? No. No, I'm not. 10 and tent. Okay. I was going to say, if I have to like look through a million of these drawings, that would suck so bad. Is there anything else we can interact with in the room? Yes. Okay, there is a little thing there. There's a phone dial pad that I can't interact with. Ooh, we can interact with this guy. That opens up a number lock thing. Great. That doesn't help me much at all because I don't know the code. Unless the code is written in the room somewhere. There is a number associated with Herbert Sinclair, isn't it? Well, I don't know if this is actually the one. But he did send us the initial, message to be there on the 18th of March. So, this was, his day. So, the 18th of March might be the other way around. Okay, maybe 0318. No? Okay, I have no idea. Those are the only numbers that I was really thinking maybe associated with Mr. Herbert over here. Kind of looks like Colonel Sanders if Colonel Sanders was looking a little different. I don't know. Look, I'm trying to make commentary. Don't know how. Okay, drawing room is room 25. Let's actually take some notes once again because I have been delaying that process a bit too long. Let's pull my notes up. So we have drawing room. Drawing room. This is room 25. Our paintings for this room are 10 and tent. Commentaries full of herbs and spices. Amazing. So we got 10 and tent. Which means that our letter that's different is this last T. So I am thinking now that we've gotten more than like we've gotten a lot of these that are like one letter off. I feel like this is the hint. The hint, okay? And then there's one other thing in this room that we want to maybe take note of, which is this drawing floor plans sort of deal here. So each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. And I think the drawing room allows me to redraw the room. So we'll just say 1 free redraw. So if I don't like where the room options are going, I can always redraw it one time to see another set of 3. Which can be good, can be bad. We'll see. There's also, I will take note of the fact that there is a safe to activate. Click. That's a little hard to read. Click on lamp arm. It's like a candle arm or whatever, like a candelabra arm. Who knows? But the point is, like, you have to just click this dude and that opens. Let's see this one. No. There's also another clock here that also slowly moves. So passage of time, maybe another like theme here. So clock, once again, just a thing that's in the room. I think with this, I'm good to put my notes away. All right, so let's see. Where do we want to go? I'm good with either direction, honestly. Going into the manor might be good or might be better, but I think I'm just going to try and get as far through the manor as we can. The door is locked. I don't know. Special key. Okay, so the silver key is a special key. I don't know what it's for, but apparently it's special. But the door is locked. Let's see if a regular key does the trick. Sure does. Okay. So we have the boudoir, the east wing hall, and the greenhouse. The greenhouse allows me to get more green rooms. I don't know what the significance of green rooms are yet. Boudoir might be good, question mark. East Wing Hall puts me further into the manor, which I do like. Do I want to redraw here? Probably not. I think between the boudoir and the East Wing Hall, we probably have a pretty good selection here. I don't think the greenhouse is the way to go here. I think East Wing Hall, probably. Do we want to return back? Well, maybe we want to open this and see what it is. Since we're here. It's also locked. We'll use a regular key. Open this up. So we have bedroom, dining room, and passageway. Let's see. Passageway blocks us off. Dining room blocks us off. Bedroom is blocked off. We'll redraw. All of those are terrible. Courtyard blocks us off in one direction. Boudoir is blocked off. And then lavatory is just a dead end. I guess I'm curious what the lavatory is. So we'll build it. Why not? HSS, so that's the name of Grandpa. We've got a chart and a cart. Oh my god, okay. No, this is literally it. Is there anything to interact with here other than that? No, it looks like the paintings might be the only significant thing in the room. So let me... Okay, this is room number... We're up to 24. Okay. Let's get some stuff going. So we've got lavatory at 24. It's good to get the dead ends out of the way so that we don't dead end ourselves when we don't want to. I guess. So our paintings here, our paintings are chart and cart, and we also have a towel with the name HSS engraved on it, which is probably just Grandpa. The way this room system is set up reminds me a lot of board games, TTRPGs. Yeah, no, I super get that. I feel like it was based on TTRPGs, or at least the way they set them up. Oh yeah, what was the different letter here? It's this H. Wow, that's weird. Okay, so I think I'm onto something with that. Or I know I'm onto something at this point. Like, they could only make it so obvious for so long, you know? We'll hide that for now. Okay, so that's the lavatory explored for the most part. I don't see a way to interact with anything else. Kind of a disappointing room, if I'm being honest. Can't even flush the toilet. What a world. What a world we live in. Can't even flush a toilet anymore. What am I, a heathen? Don't answer that. So now we're in the East Wing Hall, which is room 30. We'll take notes on this in a second. There's another, like, bowler hat looking thing. Over here we have a shore and a coat. Coat and coast? Oh, okay. Okay, no, I got it. Okay. So, anything else to interact with here? Does not appear to be the case. Kind of a disappointing couple of rooms, but at least this one opens up. This room is really shit, honestly, based. Hang on, we'll add that to the notes. Shitty. Amazing. Okay. And then we have the East Wing Hall. So this is the East Wing Hall. This is room 30. We want to note that the paintings are a coast and a coat. Not a cat. Coat. And then the different letter here is this S. Okay, cool. So that's basically all we have to look at in the East Wing Hall, which, you know, a little annoying. Oh, I also noticed now, after so long, it looks like there's a rank in the corner. So if you look over by my character now, there's like a rank 6. I don't 100% know. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's as far back as you go. So I think the maximum is like rank 9 then, where the antechamber is. Yeah, okay, cool. So now the question is, do we go out or up? I think we do both. All the doors are locked, man. It's crazy out here. Maybe the further in you get, the more locked doors you get. Something like that. Let's see. We've got a courtyard, commissary, or a utility closet. Courtyard leaves a lot open for me. And so I'm actually okay going courtyard here. Commissary was also an okay pick, but I only have $4 and I don't know how much that'll get me. So, yeah, okay. Bedroom, gymnasium, and passageway. Passageway is a bad pick regardless. Bedroom is an okay pick. Gymnasium. God, I really don't like any of these. I don't want to lose all my gems. I don't want to go into the gym. I guess we can leave the gym open, but I won't enter it. And then whenever you enter the bedroom, maybe the bedroom would be okay. Because I gain 2 steps, so it's like a neutral room. It's a dead end, but I get my steps back at least. Maybe there's something in here as well. I can take note of what the paintings are in here. Alright, I've talked myself into it. We'll go bedroom. Why not? I'm just exploring, man. We'll explore a little. I already have the courtyard up ahead, which definitely opens things up. Greetings from Reddington. Okay. Okay. So... what are we at? 29, I think, is the room number. Sure is. So, the bedroom is room 29. And we'll say there is a postcard from Reddington. So we have 2 locations now that are like kind of significant to us. One is Mount Holly and now the other one is Reddington. And I don't know whose bedroom this is, so that might be something else that we need to figure out. And yeah, as you can see, the room is boarded off because the stupid, shitty lavatory is in the way, so unfortunate. Okay. There appears to be a... I was so locked in finishing a song I can finally tune in. You might want to go back to like the first like couple minutes because I also played your song again. We've got a paint or a photo of woman with crescent moon necklace. I forgot. Both of you make music. That's awesome. I wish I was musically gifted, but I am not. Musically challenged over here. We have a deer and a stage. Stage and elk. I don't know. What the fuck am I supposed to be looking at here? These have got to be like a letter off. Hang on, let me get rid of my notes here so you can see. With how long it's been since I actually posted anything, I might be musically challenged. Honestly, fair. Okay, so there's like a stage or whatever for like some sort of theater or play, and then over here it looks like it looks like a deer, or maybe something like an elk or something. I don't know. Wildlife. Glad I can't identify any of it. Doesn't look like there's anything else in the room to interact with other than the postcard, so I guess we'll just take note of what I think is in the room. The antler creature. Dude, the antlers. The reindeer. Alright, we'll write it down. Okay, so we've got paintings. It's just every painting so far, it feels like they're like a letter off, so there's got to be something I'm missing with these, but we'll just say it's like a stage plus a deer / elk. I don't know, the fucking antlered creature. The creature. And you can't really see my notes behind me, but if I scroll up, hopefully, yeah, now you can see. Cool. We'll turn our notes off for the time being. So, okay, now bedroom is a neutral room, whatever. We don't lose any steps from having explored this room. The next most logical place to look through is the courtyard. We can go up and to the left with this. Gets us pretty close to this antechamber. What's your goal so far? Basically, I'm just trying to write down as much information as I can about like what we've seen and what we need to know. So, you know, it looks a lot crazier than it is. I've written a lot down. If we go into here, the ultimate goal is to get to room 46. So we have 45 rooms in this grid, and we basically need to... Oh, hang on. Can I actually line this up? I think I can. Maybe. Perhaps. That might be close. But basically, the point is we need to completely explore what we can in order to find this room 46. So step 1, locate room 46, and then step 2, we have to get to room 46, and I think that's the end goal of the game. In order to get there, I need to solve puzzles. I need to, we found a safe that was hidden in the drawing room. I don't know how to open the safe, but that's one of those things where it's like, that might be something that we need to figure out. But I think ultimate goal, find the last room. Room 46, hidden somewhere in here. It might even be in like a basement of one of these rooms. I have no idea, dude. The roomathon is real. Seriously. It's been 2 hours, okay? And I've literally only explored this much. I've only explored this much of the game. This is day 1. I haven't done a second day yet. Like, it's literally just exploring and taking a crap load of notes. Because I genuinely think this will be useful in order to figure out like what's going on. And this is actually how I'm numbering all the rooms in case you're curious. So room 1 through 5 are on the bottom. Room 6 through 10 are the second whatever rank of rooms. And right now we are in the 7th rank, or we're going to be in the 7th rank. So 31 through 35. 35 is the number for the courtyard. So when we take notes on the courtyard, that'll be the number we use to designate it. Let's not get turned around. Let's get out into the east hallway and out into the courtyard. Bit of an interesting spot. Looking for any sort of like loose items on the ground potentially, because there was stuff before. Trunk is locked. I think the trunk is pretty similar to the den because it's another trunk. So only that in 2 hours. Damn, this sounds very challenging. In fairness, I'm taking this so slow. So I'm taking this way slower than I think most people would. But it's okay. I want to 100% know that when I'm done, like I did everything I could, and I took notes of everything I could. Ooh, you can see the outside air as well, which is exciting. I don't see any paintings for me to analyze. This is kind of a crappy room. I'm going to be real. There's not really much to interact with for me other than the trunk. But hey, listen, not every room is going to be not every room is going to be a banger, okay? So, let's see. Maybe we'll just go below sort of this section. We'll say, what is the name of this room? I already forget. Courtyard. 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 And this is room 35. No paintings.
and has a trunk. Cool, I guess. Considering how many rooms are locked here towards the end, I kind of want to save as many keys as I can, so I don't think we'll go and open that trunk. Even though the last time we opened a trunk, we got 3 keys. I don't think it's worth the risk, because I'm pretty sure that trunk is going to be RNG. Okay. Let's see what is in door number 1 here. So we've got the guest bedroom, walk-in closet, and a cloister. Cloister we can't build because too many gems. Walk-in closet gives us 4 items. I like your blue little crown. What's that about? The name of the game is Blue Prince, so I'm a blue prince. I got a blue crown. Thanks for noticing. And then we got the guest bedroom, which gives us way more steps. I actually don't mind that idea. Man, yeah, items or... yeah, 4 items is actually pretty huge. Yeah, I think I'm okay on steps right now. I think we're just gonna go for the items. Got running shoes, looks like. Pair of running shoes. Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Okay, cool. Let's, what room number are we in? This is the 35, so this is 34. Walk-in closet. Walk-in closet. And then this is 3, 4. So, had running shoes. And I assume whatever items it'll give us are RNG, so this running shoes is also RNG. Sometimes save steps. Okay, great, amazing. Where are the paintings? Oh, there's a little, okay, so it looks like flan again and fan. Okay, so this was flan and fan. So the odd the odd letter out is L, and I forgot I did not have my notes on, so there you go. Now you can see. Wow, amazing. So, okay, we've got flan plus fan, and we will once again highlight the odd letter out. So now you can see kind of what I'm talking about. Like the paintings, there's 2 in the room sometimes, and they're like a letter off. And I got to figure out what the letters are. I like the style and design of these rooms and the furniture. It's very nice. I know it feels like actually kind of like someplace you'd want to live in, which is pretty sweet. Okay, and it looks like the 4 random items are on the table here. I will also write down that you get 4 items. Down here, so 4 items. RNG. I assume, I don't 100% know. Did I get 4 items? It doesn't feel like it. Let me go back in my VOD. How many did I grab? I grabbed 1 towards the end there. Okay, I grabbed a key off the room, and I grabbed running shoes. I feel like I'm supposed to get more items. Okay, wait, hang on a sec. Am I stupid? Did I miss an item somewhere? Oh, I did. Okay. We got a lockpick kit. Occasionally be able to unlock normal doors. Okay. Cool. I did just miss it. Lock pick kit. So sometimes open locked doors. Nice. Missing something in a puzzle game could never be me. Honestly, it will never be me, okay? I will look until the ends of the earth to find everything, man. No, we're good. Okay, cool. So I think that's about all we needed in this room. So let's get out of this and back on track. We do have an extra key now, and we have a lockpick kit. So if this goes well, I am comfortable opening that trunk because I feel like we can maybe make it to the antechamber. Lockpick kit E. I can't pick the door. Okay, well, we'll try that trunk some other time. The rumpus room, plus 8 coins. Guest bedroom or dining room. Each day a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. Well, good news, we will be on rank 8 once we reach the dining room. I assume it serves food, and food has so far recovered steps. So my guess is that the dining room will do that. The question is, what do we want out of this room? The dining room opens us up for more options, and I think I like that more than the rumpus room. So we'll go with dining room. Guest bedroom just ends our run. Well, it makes us have to walk back a ton, so. Ka-chow. Also, there is some coinage on the side of the wall here. See if there's anything else that is of note. Look for paintings. Oh, there's some paintings. We've got plant and plan, maybe. So T is the letter of the day. We're on room 40 here. Let's do, let's open up our notes. Okay, so dining room is room number 40. So plant plus plan. The odd letter out is this T. Great. We also got +2 money. Not specified. So my assumption is this is RNG. And we get food at rank 8. Okay. So that is basically all we needed to know. Let's see how good this is. Lemon glazed salmon. Plus an additional 10 steps if you have an aquarium in your house. Okay, so we can choose to have dinner later. Plus 20 steps now. Let's see if we draft an aquarium in our sort of last moments here before we reach the antechamber. I don't really know how we reach the antechamber too well here, but let's see. Because all the rooms are RNG, so this could be screwing us because we've been building a lot of the same types of rooms, so the ones that are left are less likely to be the ones we want. I think we start by going up. That seems reasonable. Okay, so in this last rank of rooms, we've got the boudoir, we've got a bunk room, and we've got a commissary. Commissary is actually not a bad idea here because we actually have more money. Hearing lemon glazed salmon made my face swell up. Fair. Lemon glazed anything is just going to be like kind of the sour glaze, but I think it'll be fine. Lemon and fish, usually it works. And then the boudoir. No gem requirement. I feel like either of these options are fine. I am a little lowish on gems, so maybe we save until we can't anymore. I don't know. And welcome to rank 9, I guess, as well. We've kind of just gone all the way to the back, just straight up speed ran, going to the back of the rooms, which is funny. Doesn't look like those shoes are anything we can pick up. Oh, okay, there's like a Christmas photo. Looks like there's a safe in this room. There's nothing else on this table that we can interact with. Can't interact with any of that. What is this? Oh, this is the safe. Okay, where's all the Christmas shit? Can't interact with this. Okay. Well, okay, we we know a couple of things about this room. I have a theory what we can try with the safe, but I have no fucking clue if it'll work. Last time it didn't work in the drawing room, so take my word with a grain of salt. We've got the boudoir. Kind of a weird way of spelling something. So, okay, we've got, and this is room 45. So this is 45 of potentially 46, right? Something fun to think about, okay? We're really close to the end. Not yet. But, I mean, we've discovered the 45th room, so that's nice. So we have, real quick, with the dining room, did I write down the painting? Yes, plant and plan. Okay, cool. So with the boudoir, we have a photo of Xmas, and that is 1225, right? And we have a safe. We're gonna try this date, see if it works. If it doesn't, you know, nothing lost, but we're gonna try it because that's the only numbers we have kind of based on this room. We do have a couple of these. We have a fire and painting the world. Oh, Jesus. This is so abstract. It's like a crate and create, maybe. Let's write it down. So we've got crate plus create, which means that this E is the odd one out potentially. I don't know. This is a little I don't know how I feel about create being the word here, but it works well enough. Okay, we'll try we'll try opening the safe. Syncaco. 1225, and that actually worked. So the combo to the safe was actually just was. I like that. Okay, so let's take note of what's in the safe. There was like a stand there for the gem, so I think the gem might actually just come with the room. I love my trusty crate fire painting I hung on my wall. True. Okay, so I think from the safe, let's just draw down here. +1 gem. There's a number 4. Oh boy, a letter. Okay. We'll do red. Letter 4, and we'll do 2 HSS from who knows, and let's see if there's a date as well that we can glean from this. Because so far, the only thing I've been able to open a safe with is a date. So That might be more significant than I realize. And this 4 might also be significant, so I wanted to write that down. But okay, let's hide that for a second and just read through this. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marian's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not by that same display of weakness clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see that the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. It is through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son Simon, your heir. Okay, it's weird. We're getting brought up here. I assume this is us. I heard undermine. Literally, dude. We got like little monkey brains or whatever. We're just like, ooh, neuron activated. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son, Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. Okay, so Marian wasn't his... Or was it? Was it his mom? Mary Matthews. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. Brain activating. Okay, so this message is from Daniel, which is presumably dad of Simon. Doesn't look like there is a date on this, so we'll have to... Damn Daniel, that was aggressive. Bro, you can't just damn Daniel him. What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay. Let me pull up my notes here so you can see them. So, to Herbert from Daniel, it looks like this is talking about the death of Simon's mom. Mary is covered up by HSS. Daniel seems to think that we, Simon, are going to hate Herbert for covering up this death, something along those lines. And, considering this is literally his wife, it makes sense why Daniel's so fucking pissed about this. So, okay, cool. We've got kind of the gist of this note. Note 4. I don't know what the 4 is. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it does. Who knows? Okay, cool. Boudoir, very aggressive room for no fucking reason. Let's cut that out. And okay, so coming out of the boudoir, looks like if we have a room straight forward, we can get into the antechamber. Oh, it looks like there's like a red envelope on the thing now. Okay, so we can see maybe the number of envelopes we've read. Maybe I don't know. We've made note that it's red, so I guess it's fine. But maybe these are different colored notes because it doesn't have the 4 on it, which maybe indicates that the 4 wasn't as important as I thought. Herbert, no. Real. So real. Turns out Grandpa's kind of a piece of shit. Who would have thunk? Lockpick. Oh my god, it worked. Okay. All of these suck ass. Are you kidding me? Oh, god damn it. Okay. Mailroom, kitchen, observatory. I mean, At this point, we probably just want to go observatory here. Because we have the dining room, so we're not going to run out of food. I don't know what the hell star is, but whatever. Okay, observatory it is. Okay. We've got a fern. Come on, where's the other painting? And a fire. Okay, fur and fire again. Where is my green screen? There we go. So this is room number, what is it? The 44. So we've got observatory. This is room 44. Okay. So we get +1 star. Whatever the fuck that means. And then we also... What else do we get out of this? Oh, the fur fire is also important. So, fur plus fire. So, this E looks to be the odd letter out. Again, not 100% sure what the letters mean, but I'm sure as we discover all of them, it'll start to mean something to me. Not really sure what this big-ass telescope is for. If there's a way to look through it. I can kind of make my way underneath it. Oh, we can move it with that. Okay, we'll interact with that in a second. Fidget toy, let's go! I can press that a million times and I don't think this affects anything. But it's fun. Can I fidget with any of this? No? Okay, awesome. The Fixed Stars, The Stargazer's Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt. Preface, this book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations, and the observed effect that accompany the appearance of each one, depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day. Different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. I hope we find Albireo, which is a false double star. Can't believe they won't let me fidget with the solar system. Real, dude. Hang on, my notes are in the way again. Love that for me. Okay, North Star, +1 gold. Can you imagine writing this in a book? +1 gold. And then, like, somebody's like, the fuck does that mean? A gold? Why do I get a gold out of it? The twins, 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. They're like, what the fuck is the entrance hall? Like, this is just, who's Richard Witt? Obviously, Richard Witt's somebody who knows something about this estate. I don't know. I'll write down some of this stuff, but the slice, 3 steps added. Diamondus Minor, +1 gem. The Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors are more common today. It's like passageway, I guess. Farmer's Apple, apples are extra delicious today. Clavis the Key, +1 key. Diamondus Major, +5 gems. Draxus the Dead, dead-end rooms are more common today. Ugh. The Sale, everything is 50% off today. Floralis, Bloom of the Sky. Good luck getting me to say that again. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. And that's the end of the book. So we go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We skip over 6 to 7, 8. 9 and 10 are skipped as well. To 11, 12, and then we just go 15, 20. Okay. So, okay, let me write down some of this stuff. So, star is probably something that's accumulated through runs. The Book of Puzzling Puzzles. No, so I think I understand. So, the number of stars you can see depends solely, or, okay, I guess another way to put it is the more stars you can see over the course of the days, the more of these constellations will pop up, right? So because it's day 1, the only thing that'll pop up is the North Star. So I get a gold out of this. Whoop-de-fucking-do. So we'll write down some general stuff, okay? So astronomy book. So I can get multiple constellations. Stars accumulated or accumulate can get multiple constellations. Okay, and I'll just write down the number of stars per constellation and then like what the effect is. I don't think it really matters what the name of the thing is. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm writing this in red. I don't know that I need to. 7, 8, 11, 12, 15, and 20. So the effect for 1 is +1 gold. And this does give us like the official names of things, so it is gold and not money or coins or whatever. The twins is +2 trunks in entrance hall, which is room 3 in this run. Potentially different room in other runs. We'll see. The slice is +3 steps. When we go back to refer to this, okay, you'll thank me for writing this stuff down. This is +1 gem. 4 door rooms equal common. Apples. Apples are extra delicious. I don't know what the fuck this means. Apples equal delicious. More plus steps? Maybe it gives you more steps. I have no idea, dude. Like, I'm writing down what's here, okay? Apples are delicious. The delicious apple. Thank God I know that apples are gonna be delicious. The key +1 key. That was a bit Rojaki did once. Okay, maybe this game is referencing Rojaki then. That must be it. +5 gems. The dev of this game just happened to infiltrate our Discord group. Dead end rooms more common. ROMs, rooms equal common. Scuffed as fuck, but it's okay. Sale. 50% off shops. So like the locksmith shop or whatever, or the what is the other fucking shop we found? The commissary. We never picked up the commissary, but I assume that's how it works. So the yellow rooms are going to be the shops, and then this last one, green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers. Green room equal special flowers? I don't know what the fuck special flowers means either. But maybe that's just something we have to figure out as we go along. I don't know. But the point is, we read through it. Maybe we'll write down that the book is by book by Richard Witt. God, it sucks, you know, imagine your nickname being Dick Witt. I mean, come on. Published, I'm so sorry, I had to. Published in 1809. Okay. Bird and Sons Publishing, Fen Aries. It just sounds like some mumbo jumbo for astronomers and stuff. Okay, let's go up top and see if there's anything to see, and then we'll try interacting with the stargazing apparatus here. A lot of ways to go up. Okay, we can interact with this. Okay. So there's more than one wheel. And we have to move both of those wheels in order to get the telescope to look out, I think, and that's how we see the stars. You are seeing quite a bit of notes here, so let's move that out of the way while we wrap up this puzzle. And so now, is there another thing I'm missing? I think so. Right? Looks like it. Where's the next wheel? There's only two that I see. Huh. What the fuck? Okay. Like, I feel like we're getting close. Maybe this wheel? You can't move it? Okay, based. So, like, an order I'm supposed to do this in? Oh, good lord. Alright, here we go. We get stumped. Pie Man gets stumped with two wheels. Let's find out how long it takes him to figure this shit out. Good. That's what I wanted. Am I figuring anything out here? Pie Man and two wheels. I mean, really? Come on. Can't jump off the stupid thing either, so... Of course, it's as slow as humanly possible. Come on. Come on, dude. Like, you're right there. You're right there. Okay. I figured out what my problem was. For some reason, the wheel has two indicators to determine which direction you turn it in. So you can turn it left and right, or clockwise and counterclockwise, and for some reason I kept turning it back and forth. Okay, cool. Glad I figured it out. It wasn't a puzzle, I'm just stupid. Ay. So we got the North Star, gain $1. Cool. It looks like it was just added to my inventory. So that's that. That's everything for the observatory. So antechamber would be in this direction, but we do not have a door, so we will have to traverse this way. Oh, good. Lockpick kit. Can't lock the door or unlock the door. Guest bedroom, nursery, and maid's chamber. Less likely to find items lying in your house. Well, the maid's chamber sucks ass, so I don't want that. Guest bedroom? I would probably make the same mistake. Fair. Guest bedroom is probably fine. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5. Ooh, wait a sec. The only thing that kinda sucks about this pickup is regardless of what I draft here, we're kind of having to backtrack a ton all the way to the hallway. The good news is the nursery here will give us an extra 5 per bedroom that we draft. And that's not a bad investment for a gym. And so when we make it to the hallway, if we start drafting like bedrooms and stuff, we should be able to get something out of this. Okay. So I think nursery is the way to go. Welcome to the nursery, gang. Okay, there's a book here. The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. Wait a second. Wait a fucking second. Mary Matthews was the name of the mom. But Marion, I think, was the name of the mom as well. I think it was Marion. Maybe she had a different name at some point. So this is a book written by her, maybe? Okay. Let me close out of here real quick and pull up everybody's favorite, the notes sheet. Oh my god, I can't believe we're here. Alright, so nursery. This is in room 39. So, first, let's see if there are any paintings. There's a crow and a crown. Okay, that's easy. So, crow, crown is our combo. Crow plus crown. And that means that our letter is N. Amazing. Okay, so next thing we notice is a book by mom. And we'll say this is the Red Prince, which obviously is a little bit different from the name of the game, Blue Prince. So there is some sort of thematical reason why the mom would have Red Prince as a book that she wrote, and Blue Prince being a thing that we are. Now, in fairness, I don't 100% know if this is by mom, so I'll just leave a question mark. But like, I think there's a thematical reason why not blue. You know, there's some question here. We're curious. We're learning. Let's read through the book in a second. Let's see if there's anything else on these drawers. Ooh, a Rubik's Cube. I know how to solve those, actually. It's a very disorganized nursery, surprisingly. There's also 2 cribs, interestingly enough. So maybe I am not the only child of... Okay, yeah, actually, that's a good point. 2 cribs. 2 cribs. Simon plus another. Different kids. Narratively, this game is pretty interesting. I mean, yeah, it leaves a lot of like stuff kind of out in the open for you to like kind of try and piecemeal together. I'm just trying to figure out like maybe I have the sibling, you know? Maybe this is like a different kids. Maybe this is actually my mom or some other person. I don't know. Oh, that's a gem. Good thing I didn't leave that behind. Doesn't look like I can open any of this stuff either. Yeah, okay, let's go through and read this book now. Let me get my notes off screen while we do our reading here. The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. He never looked up for fear of the view. He had a heart. He had heard the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, a book about a red prince and his book, the red book we just read. And that is the end of the book. So, okay. Looks like our boy is afraid of the sky because it's blue. Fascinating. So, something about, like, red being, like, close-minded, maybe? I don't know. Being scared of red seems like a very irrational thing. We can try and figure out what the meaning of the story is at some other point. But, like, I guess we could just write down a couple of, like, basic themes that we see. Red Prince. So we'll just say, like, loves red. And then afraid of other, and we'll write this in blue, hues. And we'll say red, maybe red equals comfort / close-minded. I don't know. These are like some basic things I'm taking away from like just what we've read. I think that makes sense to me. So we'll keep going for here, but okay, nice. From here we need to make our way down to the freaking hallway. Ugh, we're gonna grab our food from the dining room on our way out because there's no fucking way that I just don't at this point. So we go out the observatory and into the boudoir and then into the dining room. At this point, the only thing we haven't done is eat our salmon. We did not get an aquarium. I don't know if that would have helped us or not, but you know, it would have definitely given us 10 extra steps. But I think at this point we're not coming back up this way, so let's eat. And yeah, I am glad I didn't draft the bedroom up here because this is kind of a dead end zone now. So now we just move on straight through until we hit the parlor, it looks like. Kind of sucks. It's a long way back, but it's what we got to do to get back to an open room. And keep in mind, we also have the chapel's extra room if we need it. So, you know, on the off chance we block ourselves off again, we do have another potential way up. The chapel would kind of suck, though, so hopefully we don't end up needing that. Okay, so here we have an attic, which we can't afford, a kitchen, which takes us the wrong way, and a bunk room, which is a dead end. All of these kind of suck, but the kitchen sucks the least, I think. Well, hang on. No, actually, I think the bunk room sucks the least. As long as we don't get screwed on the chapel, we should be able to make do with the bunk room. I think we go bunk room. Okay, no, I talked myself into it. Okay. Let's see here. Camp Colonel. Remember that guy that we were saying looks like Colonel Sanders? Mr. Herbert SS? I don't know what the fuck his last name is, but, you know. Grandpa, whatever the fuck his name is. We get 2 keys out of the bunk room, which is nice. And we also got an extra 10 steps because of the nursery. Very nice. Looks like there's a padlock there. Nothing to really interact with. Turtles of Vera. I don't know if that's actually significant. The Trinsdale Mystery. There's like a stage and a fucking fern again. What the fuck is this? This is the one I'm confused about. Oh, there's a hamster. No, that's cute. Oh, is he gonna run on the wheel? Oh, hell yeah. Now this is some gameplay. Oh, that's all we wanted to see. Fuck yes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. This looks like a stage, but it's not. Huh. Plant. Because this is I think this is the painting we got when we got plan and plant. So I think this is plant. And if that's the case, then this is what? It's not plain, obviously. Hey, I don't know. We'll write down. Bunk room is what? 3, 8, 13, 18. So bunk room is 18th room. Let me get my notes out so you can actually see that I'm going to write stuff. So we've got bunk room. Can I just like connect the line here? That'd be awesome. So bunk room is the 18th room. So in this room we have counts as 2 bedrooms. Quite good, not gonna lie. We got 2 extra keys out of this. We didn't necessarily need to get those, but that was actually quite nice. Would have been nice to grab the trunk coming out of the courtyard, but I think it's a little late for that at this point. Yeah. Haven't run into a key issue yet, but maybe that'll happen at some point. Because we only have 3 right now. Okay, what else am I missing here? Obviously important is hamster. Absolutely important. Plus wheel. I mean, come on. That's super important stuff to remember. What else we got? Yeah, looks like we got a bunk bed. I mean, it makes sense. Camp Colonel is a thing written on the wall. We'll make note of that. Camp Colonel. Okay. Yeah, and then the paintings, I guess. Stage plus plant. I don't know, dude. This stage one is confusing me. I'll have to think on that. Figure out what the hell it means. Surprisingly, we haven't gotten the queen or the ace card again, so I'm figuring that those are probably unique. Looks like there's something else to read over here. Let me see if there's anything else to interact with. Can't climb the ladder. No. Okay. I've taken notes on less of the clutter because I've noticed that a lot of this clutter probably isn't as important as I'm making it out to be. Okay. So let's Close my notes. Okay, let's start reading. Pachow. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys and I will not have to share my room and I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Okay, so straight away, this room confirms Simon, me, has older bro. So I'm potentially the youngest in my family is what it sounds like. Okay, cool. Oh shit. Is there more? Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. Okay, so I think this is me. We'll just write down Herbie equals bro. We'll erase the question mark if it's confirmed. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Today is a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. So petty. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me, and today's a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book even though he is older. He is a crybaby. Okay, cool. And then here's another. Okay, today is a good day because today my brother returns from college and I finally get to return to him the book I took from him a long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have it any other way. I would still rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home, Simon. Okay, cool. So I think it's safe to say that this is us. Herbie, for some reason, is what we call our brother. Might just be Herb. Although, hang on. Herb is also the name of our grandpa. So is he like a senior and we have a junior? Or are we named after... Oh, maybe we're named Simon after his younger brother. That might also be possible. It might be possible. Okay, hang on. Wait a fucking second. Where the fuck are we? Get me to my notes. This is a problem with having so many notes. I don't know exactly where we left off. Okay, so... Alt. Simon equals HSS younger junior type. And then the other one is Simon is actually not us. AKA not me. Because remember, like, the states left to Simon to explore everything. We're the ones going through everything. Maybe an alt theory, okay? Alt. Player character is not Simon. So we've got like a couple of running theories based on this one room, but it's really confusing because the older bro is named Herbie, which throws a lot of like really weird questions at us of like who is who, because it's not like 100% clear. So anyways, glad we managed to look all that up. Okay, cool. So we wrote some notes down. Very good. Let me check one thing real quick while I can. Okay. Right on. Sorry, I have a hard out, so I want to make sure we're not going over time. Looks like we have plenty of time, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay. So, let's see here. We want to go to the chapel, I think. I reckon the chapel. So in order to get to the chapel, we need to go down into the nook. And then from here, we just follow the pantry into the den. I'm not minding my steps too much because we have literally over 50 right now, and we're almost back to the chapel. The corridor will lead us into the chapel room, and we're gonna lose the 1 coin we got from the astronomer. What an amazing buff. I mean, come on. Truly. Amazing stuff. I'm not hearing any of my volume, so hopefully you guys can hear the game audio, because I'm not hearing anything. You guys got to see me turn my volume up and down. I'm trying to make sure we're good on that, but all right, let's see. Ta-ta! All right. Utility closet, guest bedroom, and security. I think the only one that doesn't completely dead end me is security, which is really annoying because we're missing out on an extra door that security provides. Ah, man, that sucks, but we got to do it. I can't end the run yet. This is room number, what, 7? So security is 7. We did write the bunk room number down, right? Yes, 18. Okay, cool. Let me find a clear spot to write down what we need for security before switching back over. Okay, so bam. Okay, so we got security. And then this is room 7. Okay, let's see what's in here. Oh, uh-oh. That's a cutscene. Okay. So we're walking in. This is probably the best look we're gonna get at our player character. Or maybe this is a flashback scene. I have no freaking idea, man. There's just a ton of different monitors showing every single room. Amazing. I don't know why we're focusing so much on every single one. Maybe there's a hint in here somewhere. I feel like I'm getting nothing from this. There's a music room? I didn't know that. Oh man, I have my notes up over this cutscene. I'm so sorry, guys. Whoopsie doodle. Look, I never said I was a pro. Okay, well, now we are sat in front of security, the security screen. If I step back, does it step back in the security screen too? It doesn't look like it does. Oh, okay, it only works adjacent to the desk. So if I step way back... Oh, no, now it works. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. If I look around, or look this direction and then look quickly, no, it doesn't change. Okay, whatever. I don't care. There's a coffee, there's a card tape 2, 3. QWERTY keyboard. Wait, does this have all the letters of QWERTY? Hang on a second. QWERTY UOP. Wait, it's missing an I. ASDF GH JKL. Okay, it's got all them. ZXC VB NM and then some other key. So it's just missing I. This keyboard's missing I. That's kind of funny. This is the Wii keyboard. There is no I in Wii. Oh, we get a better look at it over here. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Based. Blue memos equal true, red memos equal lies unless written by hand. Okay. So security gives us a couple of things. So first of all, I'll just write this down because I think it's funny, but keyboard with no I. Maybe that's significant. Maybe it's just a funny meme. Who knows? I'm not going to put a ton of stock into it. We also get a note here. Blue memos equal true. Red memos equal false. Unless hand written. And you remember when I typed out one of those red memos before? Aren't you glad I typed it out now instead of writing it out? Oh, amazing. Hang on. We'll zoom in just a tiny bit. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. How fascinating. So this is actually just a fucking lie. This is a lie. So maybe that just means that doors in the West Wing are not more likely to be locked than any other room. Or maybe doors in the West Wing aren't locked. I don't know what that means. We have yet to see a door in the West Wing locked. We also have yet to see the West Wing. So, yeah. There you go. That is something in action here. We get to see kind of what that meant kind of immediately based on the fact that I take notes like a crazy person. See, it all pans out to mean something. I can interact with a computer. Let me do that in a second. Okay, we have a few different things. We've got stairs and stars. Amazing. Okay, hang on. Let's... Oh, I already have my notes up. Okay, so we've got stair and stars. And that means that the I here is the... Wait, hang on. The keyboard didn't have an I. And that's also the significant thing. That might be a coincidence. I'm reading too much into things. I don't know. Okay, let's put my notes away as we start reading a little bit of this stuff. Staff noticed. Effectively, the first week of December, payroll for all live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out of one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. So this is a hint telling us that there's multiple computers on the estate. This is just the first one we've discovered. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Okay, so the security and the laboratory, keep in mind, we haven't run into the laboratory yet, but keep in mind that the laboratory also has one of these computer terminal things. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. Terminal password. Hang on, I'm gonna get like really close to my monitor here. This is gonna be really awkward. Okay, I can make out like 7 of 8 letters if I get really close to my monitor. Let me tell you what I see here. Maybe we'll we'll do another one of these moments, okay? Wow, hi, you see yourself in chat. Oh shit. So what I see in this is, let's turn on our green screen. Okay. So, first thing I see, very obvious, is there's an S here, there's a G here. It's a little hard to see, but yeah, it's a G. This looks like a W. This looks like an A. This looks like an N. This looks like an O. And this looks like an N. So it looks like Swan blank Ong. That's what it looks like when I get really close up to my monitor. This middle one is really, really messed up. So if we have Swan blank ONG as our password, then this might be not Gong. Swan Gong sounds fucking retarded. Swan Song? Swan Song might work. Question mark? Let's see. Maybe? Enter. Log into network. Is there a way to... Okay, Swan Song. Password accepted. Okay, cool. That was that easy. They just wrote the fucking password down, so... Works for me. Let me turn my notes off once again. We'll read the other 2 notes in a second here. Staff services, remote terminal access, electronic mail, data transfers, glossary of terms, and logout. Staff services, punch in and out, staff announcements, schedule request change, special orders, return network menu. I don't know what any of these is. Electronic time card, the service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, another date. Let's just write that down real quick. Hello. Let's move that out of the way. Okay, so using this password, we were able to get staff services. Punch in disabled. It looks like 11-4 or maybe 04. Maybe we'll do 04. I'm not 100% sure what it wants. All work has been suspended at Mount Holly in domestic, and all domestic staff has been placed. Hang on, let me just remove this. Has been placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with the interests of instructions left by the old man himself. See Mrs. Babbage for more detail. Miss Babbage, or Mrs. Babbage, has been somebody who has been brought up multiple times, so I think it's probably worth writing down her, Mrs. Babbage equals head HED of staff basically. I don't know. That's what I'm getting from this. So, okay, cool. We'll turn the notes off again and keep going through. Return to staff services, staff announcements. Saturday, November 7th. Okay, another date. Let's just write down that. Oh man, we're going crazy with notes now. 11:07 staff announcement. And if there's anything significant in the actual announcement here, we'll write that down as well. But otherwise, we will just see this. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. Okay. So somewhere between the 4th, when it was disabled, and the 7th today, or not today, but like the 7th, they are saying something about me being the one that has access to this network. Maybe someone else is named Simon who has access to this network. I'm just assuming it's me at this point because like it's really weird to assume that someone else would have access at this point. So, okay. What I'm getting from this is that the month is likely November, possibly December. So, this game takes place. So, this game takes place in November / early December. And that kind of makes some sense to me. Although I will say it is kind of funny that the 18th of March was the date that was given to the will, but that's just the date he wrote the will on. Might not necessarily have any like link here, but this is like 1993 or later, so we're looking in a November 1993 or later. Cool. We don't have a year yet, but that does kind of answer some of the stuff we wanted to know. So, okay, cool. Return to staff services. Request schedule change. This looks like another repeat of punch in out special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Special orders can take 1 to 3 days. Place a special order. What would I like? Oh my god, there are so many options. So these look like all the items we can get in the game, potentially. Maybe they're not. I don't know. This is a lot of items, though. Brass compass, magnifying glass, metal detector, running shoes, shovel, sleeping mask, and sledgehammer. We know what the running shoes do because we have those. There's surprisingly no lockpicks, so either those are really strong items or we just don't have them. But, okay. Let me think here. Maybe we'll just write down the list of items that is given here because that might be nice. Special order items. And as we kind of understand what these items are, maybe this will be less important to write down or know, but I kind of want to know it. So brass compass, magnifying glass, which is on the Steam store page. I did see that, so you can kind of zoom into stuff and see maybe stuff that's too small to read. Glass, metal detector, Running shoes. Shovel. I don't know what the shovel would be useful for, but sleeping mask. I don't know what that would be useful for either. I guess there are bedrooms, so maybe it has something to do with those. Sledgehammer. Maybe it acts similarly to lockpicks. I don't know. These items are new to me, so what sounds the most useful? That's the question. To me, I think the metal detector sounds the most useful because it sounds like I can find coins and keys using that, potentially. So, we'll put in a request for the metal detector. It's estimated to take 1 to 2 days, and I would need the commissary for that, which we did see the commissary room. We don't have it yet, but that is a thing. Okay, order accepted. Great. Staff services. Okay, cool. Remote terminal access. Maybe we'll try that last. Electronic mail. Permissions of this terminal do not allow for access to the electronic mail account. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Okay, so terminal locations. Let's write this down. Terminal locations. So we've got security. We've got the laboratory. And now we know that there is a terminal in the office. Great. Amazing. Return to network menu. Data transfers. Data transfers from Sanka are not currently available. So that's the company that had the safe that we found in the boudoir. Cool. Good to know. Glossary of terms. Adjoining, dead end, bedroom, call it a day, drafting, draft pool, color, draw. East wing, grounds, entry, hallway, estate, house, exhaust, history, inventory, floor plan, items, gems, keys, glossary of terms, keycard door, that might be interesting. Keycard door, electronic powered doors of reinforced steel that can only be accessed via keycard are considered security locked. These doors appear with more frequency the higher up in rank you are in the house. Okay, that's new. Keycard. Needed for later doors. Okay. Good to know. What other what other term types do we need? Mechanical reset network, security locked, permanent shop, special floor plan, rank, special item, rarity, spread. Spread might be something to figure out. When a spread occurs, items are randomly distributed across all rooms currently active on the estate. The more rooms in your house, the larger the spread. Okay. So spreading throughout the house. I wonder if it's it's randomly distributed, so maybe more rooms equals better for a spread. Okay. I'll just keep that in mind. I don't know that I need to write that down. Tomorrow, trunk, west path, west wing. Okay. I think for the most part, I get what's been said in the glossary of terms there. Remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA. View active terminals. Office, laboratory, and there's also the shelter. Okay, hang on. Shelter. So this is all of the terminals that you can find. Great, they just have a list of them. Love that. Cool. So that is that. That's all the stuff from the network that you can get, I think. Right? Estate inventory and keycard system. Security doors are doors within the estate that can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Settings. Offline mode is locked. This mode determines the default setting the security doors will be set to if power is lost during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working in the estate. Okay, so maybe? I don't know. In case of a blackout, I guess it just turns it off. Let me get my notes out of the way here while we're just fudging around with the keycard stuff. Security level. Security level determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. You should expect to see 1 to 2 security doors with a low setting or 5 to 6 with a high setting. So I think this depends on if I have a keycard item, and it doesn't appear that I do. So low is what I want to set it to right now. But if I had a keycard, I would set it to high. Or I guess if there was a power outage, I'd also set it to high, because it said something about if power was out, you could potentially do something with the keycard. Offline mode, it's unlocked, right? Okay, so that's how that works. Return to security menu. View estate inventory. So this is currently the stuff in the house that is yet to be collected. 2 trunks. I know where one of the trunks is. I didn't see a second, but I guess I missed a trunk somewhere, which kind of sucks. But, okay, cool. It just tells you, like, all the stuff you missed, which is kind of nice. Unless there's a trunk in this room, but I kind of doubt it. Oh yeah, let's read these. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear at the higher ranks of the estate. We did learn that. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Okay, that makes sense. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. So it sounds like the antechamber is locked up and I need security levers or access levers. So, okay, that's something worth writing down. Antechamber requires what is it? Access levers? To gain entry. Amazing. Okay. So I have not seen a single access lever, which means I can't access the antechamber. Because the antechamber is so locked away from me, I'm starting to wonder if this is sort of the key to finding room 46. I would like to confirm that I can get into the antechamber, or I can't get into the antechamber by having a door adjacent to it, but that's what I'm led to believe right now. Yeah, let's head north, out of security finally. I know this is huge detour. Great Hall, conference room. When other items would be spread, they'd go here instead. Great Hall is probably fine. 7 locked doors is a lot, but I mean, it's fine. We'll go with Great Hall. We do have the lockpick, so maybe we'll be able to get some fun stuff out of this. And Great Hall is actually not in a terrible spot. This one, I don't feel that great about it, but like up north and then to the west as well, definitely not bad. So Let's start with this first one. I'm pretty sure this one is just going to be a guarantee for me. I probably should have tried the lockpick first, but whenever you enter ballroom, set your gem to 2 gems. Mailroom. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Guest bedroom. Okay, so this is terrible regardless of how I build this. I can't build the ballroom, so we either have to do a mailroom or a guest bedroom, and I think between the two of these, the mailroom probably seems the best. Great Hall doesn't have any, what do you call it? It doesn't have any paintings as well, I notice. Maybe it has them behind the doors or something. I don't know. We'll try door number 1. Lockpick. Okay. Let's just try lockpicking the doors, see if that helps. Ta-da! Okay, that worked. Amazing. Let's see if we can pick any of the other door locks while we're at it. Oh, and this is an empty one. Glad I didn't waste a key on that. And okay, so we kind of have roulette here with some of, or these two, I guess. These two locks. I don't know what's behind these other doors. I imagine it'll probably be something similar to this guy. So I don't really want to mess with that too much. I don't think it's really worth going for the door that way because it'll just lead to a dead end regardless. So unless I want to dead end, I'm probably just going to go this way and hope it leads somewhere. Let's see. Ooh, West Wing Hall. Okay. West Wing Hall is actually probably the best. Although the office is kind of a fucked room right now because 2 gem requirement. But man, you know, the office, really nice. It has a terminal that we can use. Oh well, we'll have to do that later. For now, the West Wing Hall is probably the only room we can really mess with here. So we'll go with that. Easy enough. Crow and Row. Okay, cool. So, oh, shoot. It says I'm muted, but it's just because I'm muted on Discord. It's not like I'm actually muted in reality. Okay, so what do we want to do? We didn't really write any notes down for the Great Hall, so I guess let's do that. Yeah, so the Great Hall was room number, 12? And then West Wing Hall is 11. Great Hall doesn't have a lot to write about, so this will be fast. Okay. Let's see, where do we want to start? So Great Hall, we'll start over here. The Great Hall is room 12. Hey, Pieman 12. What do you know? It all works out. Definitely intentional. Okay, so the Great Hall, 7 locked doors. 4 probably duds. If I have the ability to at some point, I would like to check all 7 Great Hall doors, but right now I just don't have the keys for it, so it doesn't really make sense for me to mess with that. And yeah, that's basically all I got out of the Great Hall. So now we're moved on to West Wing Hall, which I believe is number 11. And this is Crow plus Row. So that C is indeed the letter we need. And turn off my notes for a sec while we explore. Okay, there's a note there. I'll read that in a second. Can't interact with that or anything else, it looks like. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's see this. Staff notice. June 15th, 1983. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any staff may draft... okay. That's the unimportant part. Maybe, potentially, I don't know. Let's write down some stuff from this notice. So we have a staff notice. And we have this at 06/15/1983. That's the date that this was written, and I'm going to write down the last few words here on the notice because it was cut off. Cut off. Just in case we find another note that we need to connect this to. Likewise. Likewise. Any STA, I assume this is going to be like staff. And then may draft SOU, and then it like cuts off here. And I don't know what that is meant to be. May draft something, I don't know. So any staff may draft, or I guess there's like a few words here that we don't know what that is. So maybe it'll be different, but anyways, in case we come up with the other piece of this note, in case rest of note found. Who knows? Well, maybe we'll find it, maybe we won't, but just want to make sure we're prepared for any situation, including the ones that just won't pan out. Okay, going down, if we get a dead-end room, that would actually be pretty good to get that out of the pool. So I'm going to draft it real quick just to see if we can get it. Utility closet is perfect here because we have plenty of steps, so we don't need the guest bedroom yet, and we get access to this breaker box, which we can mess with. So let's mess with that. Ba-ba! Plain plan. Okay. So the utility closet is room 6. So let's bring my notes back up and just start writing out room 6. Let's find a good spot for this. So utility box is room number 6. So we know that this is plain plus plan, and so this E is the magic letter, whatever that means. We've got so many of these letters at this point that I have a feeling this lines up somewhere. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much of anything else. No other like special items that we can pick up. That like a key card or something? No? Okay. Awesome. Okay, whatever. Utility box. Danger. Toggling the breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC Power if you require further assistance. Okay. Gymnasium, I remember sucking, so we'll turn that off. Dark room, I don't know. It's already on, so I guess that's fine. Would the dark room power being off mean it's a light room or dark room? I have no idea. Cabinet? I don't know what this is, but there's no breaker for it. So this might be something that's added to the pool at some point. Maybe there's a room that adds rooms to the pool. Vac indicators. Oh. We can turn all of these green. We can turn this red. Okay. And that turns it purple. Okay. I don't know. Cool. I don't know what I'm supposed to get from this. Oh, okay. It's like one of those touch puzzles. Okay, wait. Oh, fuck this. Oh, God, this is terrible. Okay, hang on. So, what the fuck am I supposed to make of this? Okay, so we got 2 purples. Now okay, and it's gone. Oh man, this is terrible. I'm getting nowhere with this. Okay, so if I get it red and then turn a blue off next to it, it turns purple. So okay, cool. Now what? That does nothing. Okay, brilliant. Okay, that doesn't help me much, does it? Fuck. Oh, wait, okay, the corners don't matter. Fuck, okay. No, that's not helping me much, is it? I got nothing, dude. I'm literally I'm playing with colors right now for like no reason. We'll say in the utility, we'll say there's like a color puzzle, okay? Color puzzle. Oh man, I so want to just like go through and like mess with this color puzzle for like 5 years. I feel like I'm just gonna get lost in this though. So we get it to red, turn a blue off, and it turns purple adjacent. Okay, wait. Okay, we got it all purple now. And then we have white. Okay. It looks like maybe we can only have one white. Okay, so I think these are the colors. So, color puzzle. We have, maybe we'll just say off / gray. Green. Blue. Red. Purple. And white. My guess is this has to be like a specific color combo that I just don't know yet. Because I haven't taken any notes on any color combos. But okay, that's interesting. Oh, wait, hang on a second. The other thing I haven't messed with. Keycard entry system. Off. Okay. Hopefully that just means keycards don't matter. And if that's the case, is it worth running back to security real quick to turn off the keycards or turn the security to high? I think the answer is yes. Because then more security doors are going to be key cards and they're just not going to work. So I think it's worth spending the extra steps to get there. So let's just head back to security real quick. Okay, I just get turned around for no reason. Love that. What is up north? Is that the mailroom? Okay, I haven't been to the mailroom yet. Maybe that's worth doing. I don't know. Let's see here. Mount Holly Security. Keycard system. Let's see. Nope. Okay, that's not the one. Wait, is it? Keycard system settings. Oh, okay. Security level is high now. Wow. Okay. Nope. I did not confirm setting. Okay, now it's high. We'll exit. And okay. So now, I'm curious if there's any sort of like paintings in the mailroom we can use to come up with more, I don't know, info. I mean, there's always info in the rooms. Might as well just check it out. Why not? It's a dead end anyway, so it's not like it's a huge amount of backtracking. There's a coat. Wait a fucking second. Dude, literally? Oh. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Wait a fucking minute. Dude. Wait a fucking minute. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purples indicators are needed to activate a 6th. Oh, okay, hang on. Wait, this is all I found. Okay. So this is the fuse puzzle box that I was talking about earlier. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Revane to sender as he is no longer employed with our staff. Oh, good lord. This is where the magnifying glass would be helpful, huh? Is there a way to maybe cheat this by... Hang on. We're gonna do some goofy stuff here. Display capture. Let's see if I can just... Man, for some reason... Okay, hang on. Let's see if we can keep getting this to be larger to see what the heck this says. You guys remember when my game froze earlier on my gameplay capture? That's pretty cool. What in the ever-loving fuck? Okay, yeah, it is jumbled the fuck. It is omega jumbled. That's what I'll say. Yeah. I don't think we can make that out. I mean, we can try expanding this a little more, but I don't think this helps us much. Yeah, that's chicken scratch. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad we investigated, but alas, nothing came of it. We'll probably need like a magnifying glass to really make that out. Sure would be nice if along with this tutorial on how to do the puzzle box that I figured at this much out, okay, it'd be nice if we could get like the actual code for it, but that's okay. Sync-a-co. Lots of that. Another clock. Although this one, does it move? It might move. Okay, maybe. Packages. Obviously, there's nothing here for me today because stuff was supposed to come later. We already made note of the coat. There's got to be a second thing in here. Oh, there's another clock that actually does function. Coat and what in the fuck? What is this? It's like a trough. What in the hell? We'll just write down that it looks like a trough. All right. What room are we in? This is the 1, 6, 11, 16, 17th room. So this is the mail room, 17th room. Let me get my notes ready for this. Where do we want to take the notes of this? Probably over this way. Sorry, I'm like setting this up so that I can actually take notes in a way that makes sense. Okay. So here we have the mail room. You said this was what, 17? And let me show my notes so you guys can see what I'm writing when I'm writing it. All that fun stuff. So, mailroom had coat plus like trough. I don't know the exact item here, but it is what it is. It also has the sort of utility power thing. I'm gonna write this down just because even though I figured it out, it'd be nice to just have it in writing. Press green equals blue, and then blue next to red equals purple. Five purple equals sixth purple. And that's basically all we get from this, which, I mean, we already figured all of that out on our own. We also have this note that says Denny Rev Ain equals former staff and note has tiny chicken scratch. I'm sure that'll be like completely legible as soon as we use a magnifying glass on it. We just can't yet because we don't have a magnifying glass. So that is that. There is another letter here from Dad. Okay, hang on. Letter from Dad. Daniel? Question mark. To Simon P. Jones, presumably me. Let me write down this SKR note on the corner. There's also a stamp that I can't read that might be important. So we'll just say stamp has small text. SKR 6789. Zips. We'll write down the zip codes. These are all numbers. Dad equals 63022. Simon equals 63080. Those might be pointless, but we'll see. Okay. Real quick. Let's see. Okay. It doesn't specify if his name is Daniel or not, but I'm assuming this is Daniel. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try and post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate. But with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come and bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Whose funeral? So, someone died. My initial guess is this is Herbert something or other, the HSS that we keep seeing. My guess is it's Grandpa who just died, right? Because we're getting his will or something along those lines. So this is my guess of who died, but this could be someone else, potentially. They keep it pretty vague, so it's open to interpretation, right? I can tell you're excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. Okay, so this confirmed. Imagine that. I just read a little bit further along and it just tells me exactly what I needed to know. And I know from our conversation just how much happiness this final project brought him, so do us both a favor, be excited. The house is really amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you, despite my best intentions. I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing Digiblocks? I have no fucking clue, dude. This is like some goofy ass shit. Alright, we'll turn notes off. I think that's about it for this room. I don't know. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll go to the West Wing Hall now and see if we can make our way north. Hopefully we don't get dead-ended. We do have quite a bit of steps, so I think we can make it pretty far. Oh boy, no. Oh god, wait. Oh no, wait. I think we get fucked here. Oh man. Alright, well, I think this is dead end. The dead end of dead ends. Because even if we go back to the Great Hall, we can only find one extra room here that doesn't completely dead end us. So I think we just got unlucky. But that's okay. We made it all the way to the back end of the house on the east side, so I can't complain too much. I think as far as lore goes, the guest bedroom is most likely to have interesting stuff in it, so I'm going to pick that one. Even though I don't necessarily need the steps, it's just going to have the most stuff in it. There's that queen and a car. car. Okay, wait, hang on. Okay. Okay, show notes. So what is this room number? 1, 6. So this is 16. So this is guest bedroom 16. So guest bedroom 16, we have the car plus card. And the D would be the differentiation here. Okay, cool. And let's see what else is in the guest bedroom. So we got a sailboat, ship wheel. Oh, thanks for the gem, finally. Something's going my way. Another note. Let's see if we can find everything else there is to see here before we pick that up. I'm gonna turn my little green screen off here so we can just see the game. Sorry. Forgot I had this like minimized. Okay. Let's see. What are we looking at? Anything? There's like a whale up there. That's kind of cute. I think this might be the only thing we can interact with other than that gem we picked up. Let's see. Sinclair, I just wanted to write a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose particular personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly, KL. Okay, so we have also this letter from KL, and it's to Sinclair. But the fact that this is in the guest bedroom, maybe not HSS, which is Herbert Sinclair. I forgot I need to show my notes while I'm working through stuff. So we've got this letter from KL. It's to Sinclair. Maybe it's not actually Sinclair, like the Herbert Sinclair we've been kind of working through this whole time. And the contents of it is entirely about the billiards room. Right? So this billiards room puzzle does not require darts knowledge. So you don't need to know how to play darts. And it's actually a math puzzle. Okay, cool. So now we've figured out this is actually a math puzzle. We don't need to necessarily know how to play darts. Okay, so this is pretty close to all the notes we're going to have for this playthrough. You can see all of them on screen right now. Amazing. In fact, if I turn off my display capture, you can see all the notes in their glory. A little hard to read them, but this is all I've gotten written down so far for this first day. This is just one day of notes, as I've been writing them down. I think we get one more room here before we run out of steps. I'll probably end stream. Can you imagine an entire stream dedicated to one day of blueprints? I almost said red prints because the freaking note here. So let's see. The last room that we really have access to is this one east of the Great Hall. We have more than enough keys to make it to the other side. So hopefully this will work okay. I don't know what the silver key does. Maybe we'll try unlocking most of the doors in the Great Hall if we can. Yeah, okay, here we go. Da-da-da-da, welcome back to the Great Hall. Amazing. We're going to start with these doors. So let's see if this is the door to answer all of our questions. Upgrade disc. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Huh. I don't know how that works, but we do have the security terminal, so I guess we can futz around with that. That does mean that the actual door is on this side. Bam! Look at that. Amazing. This is a really awkwardly shaped room, but we'll take it. Wine cellar, plus 3 gems. Workshop, combine inventory to create new items. I don't think I have enough items to create anything. Wine cellar, it looks like it has 2 paintings, so we're just going to go with the wine cellar because I know I can get my paintings out of it. MCCXII. Looks like Roman numeral script. So let's write this down. So where are we on the map? We are in room 3813. So let's I already have my notes up. Wow. Whoops. Okay, so we got wine cellar. And this is room 13, right? This is 13? Yes, okay, cool. So wine cellar has plus 3 gems, which, I mean, whatever. That's nice. Would have been nice a little earlier when I could use those gems. And it has a crest with the number... well, I just write the Roman numeral down. I'll figure out what the actual number here is later. It ends with like XII, which is like 13. So make of that what you will. We've got fishing rod and a road. Rod and road, I think, are our 2 paintings. So we got rod and road, which means our letter that is off is this A. Cool. So that appears to be all that's in this room. A little bit of a weird spot there. Maybe a shovel would do something there. Now that I know there's a shovel item. I don't know if the actual stuff on the crest is that significant. This just looks like more insignia about, like, I mean, this looks like the ace on the entrance hall room. I don't know. I'm literally just spitballing, so we'll see. I think this is all that's in the wine cellar, though. The wine is like labelless, so we do have a special key, so I guess we can open one more door. Left or right is kind of what we have to choose between. I did notice now that I turned off my display capture, so you guys didn't get to see literally diddly squat of the wine cellar. So let's actually just jump back because I have so many gosh darn feet while I'm going. So this is the crest I was talking about. I don't think there's much else in the wine cellar of note, but, you know, something to keep in mind, I guess. And then this is the rod and this is the road. I figured out those paintings are kind of what we were looking at there. Yeah, and then there's like this little dirt patch here I think could be useful for a shovel. That's all you missed. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't turned off for too long. If it was... Oh, shit. Okay, wait, hang on. There's a tier tie. Oh, okay, hang on. Tier tie. Okay. Where's the great room? Notes. Oh, God. We're going to have to look through notes. Great room. The great room is... It is somewhere. The Great Hall. The Great Hall. We will just continue here. Tie plus tier. And we will highlight this R as being part of the actual code here. Okay, cool. So that is that's where the paintings were hidden. So the paintings can be hidden in the Great Hall. Good to know. Because that had an upgrade disc, whatever that is, I have a feeling there's something behind maybe one of these doors, maybe neither. We're going to open this one with a special key. Silver key. Let's do it. I have nothing else to use it on, so... Unfortunately, it is empty, so that door might have something in it. It might not have anything in it. Who knows? I don't have enough keys to find out. Well... No, I don't. Well, actually, hang on. There is a locksmith shop with keys for sale. So, actually, we could... you know what? It's not that far. You know what? We'll do that. We'll grab that. E to insert this disc. Upgrade floor plan. Let's see. It's gonna pick a thing at random, I guess. Hallway. Okay, we like the hallway. I will have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Okay, so this is... I think this is how, on separate days, I'm able to get further through the game. Add an extra hallway to tomorrow's draft pool. Locked trunk or an extra key. I think the key is always going to be helpful. The locked trunk... I don't see how that helps me much. It just eats another key. As you can see in this run, I've been kind of dying to have more keys. And then an extra hallway might have been useful, although... Man, yeah, it only goes left and right. Going straight ahead would have been nice. I think the extra key is just the best of these. Yeah, okay, cool. So... And the draft pool kind of confirms to me that there's only a limited number of rooms you can draft while you're making new rooms. We do lose $1 here. Hopefully we can just buy a key, because that's all we really need in order to get that last locked thing. I thought that was a coin for a second. It's just a lock. Unlucky. Does not appear to be any... Oh, nope, there is. 10... Tag... Oh, fuck me. What is this animal? It's like... Okay, I'll just... We'll write it down. Let me get a blank spot here to just write stuff down. So this is the locksmith. This is room number 5. And I'll turn the green screen on. You can see my madness. So, what we know from here is we have the deer / elk thing. And then plus 10. I don't know. We had 10 plus tent, so I know this is a 10. This might be like a tag. It might be referring to some other aspect of it. So I'm not gonna like completely draw it out, but like that's what it is right now. So let's buy. We get a key for 5. That's all we needed. So we will buy the key and then go open the last Great Hall door. Cool. I'm gonna turn the notes off. I think this is the last note that we write down for this run, because I don't see myself being able to get anything else out of this run. Yeah, this is the bat room that we found before. No paintings in this room. Unless there was something that was like hidden in the chapel, but I don't see anything. So I think we're good on the chapel. I don't know. If there are images hidden in the chapel somewhere, I would be a little sad. And then the Great Hall is here. So this is the last door of the Great Hall. We'll have opened all of them on day 1, which I think is kind of cool. Boom. There is something in here. A key! Wouldn't that have been nice to get before? And a lever. This kind of looks like the antechamber, doesn't it? We pull the lever. Oh my god, wait. It opens an antechamber door. There's a crescent moon on the north one too. Hang on, hold the fucking phone. That cutscene just like opened so... hang on, we're opening notes again. God damn it. Okay, hang on. So... access levers. We were told about these in the security room. Access levers. 1 in the Great Hall. 2 question mark. I don't know. 3 question mark. I don't know. 4 I don't know. Fucking question mark. We know that the Great Hall opens the door to the east. So if we have the Great Hall, we can open the east door of the antechamber. This opens, we'll write down here, opens antechamber. So, okay, we can get into the antechamber, and we know that the north door has crescent moon. Now, where else have we seen a crescent moon? If I could find it in my fucking notes, I think it was in the bedroom. Where the fuck is the bedroom? Photo of a woman with crescent moon necklace. I have a feeling that this particular photo is going to be important. So I'm actually just going to circle this in blue so that we can come back to this very easily. Like it stands out in my notes. Well, okay, my notes are a little crazy, but like it stands out, I promise. But okay. Like look, you can see where I boxed it, right? It's very clear. I mean, come on, it couldn't be more clear. But yeah, okay, cool. So we got that figured out. This is all day 1, by the way. This is all I got. So, okay. Is there anywhere else we can explore? I don't think there is. We got basically all of the southern rooms. All the northern rooms are on the east side, which kind of sucks. Kind of wish I could have gotten a little bit further on this side, but there's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. So I think that covers it for day 1. And I won't try and retread all my notes on stuff that I've already taken a note of next time, but I think we're going to call it a day. Oh, there's only one. Okay, there's one other thing we can check. There's one other thing. And that is outside the entrance hall. Does this end the day? Ooh, time does change. Remember, it was daytime earlier. Now it's nighttime. Okay, the running shoes did pop up earlier. The fountain here looking like maybe a wishing well. Don't have any coins, so I can't throw anything in it. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, this is a lot of place to explore. Okay. I tell you what. Oh, there's also a big clock on the outside too. That's kind of cool. Okay. So I'm kind of hitting my heart out. I'm hitting the end of my rope here. We've been streaming for how long at this point? I mean, it's been a minute. We have streamed for over 4 hours. I think this is a pretty good place to stop, if there was any good place to stop. So I'm gonna leave it here, and we'll come back next time. We will call it a day. Call it. Let's see. Last time it called it an abandoned building. Let's see if it calls it anything different. The east-facing Inn of the Dead. Ooh, lots of dead-end rooms. Okay, that makes sense why I would call it that then. Total rooms 31, rank reach 9, steps taken 68, items found 4. Not a lot of items this run. Or maybe it is a lot of items, I don't know. Doesn't feel like a lot, but the east-heavy side, that does make sense, because I didn't really get to explore much of the west on the back end. Cool. So we will exit, save and quit, and that, my friends, is the end of Blueprints for today. That is day 1. 4 hours and 20 minutes for one day of this game. Can you believe it took me this long? I can't. Just bask in the glory of these notes for like half a second with me. Like, look at how many notes we took, man. Crazy. Oh, I didn't even show all the notes. I could scroll up a little. We have so many notes. It's amazing. I can't believe we have this much. Between this stream and the next stream, I'll probably go through those random letters and see if they connect to those numbers. I have a suspicion that they might, and if they do, then I'll come back and let you guys know that. But other than that, yeah, that about does it for this stream. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.